that have been coming through throughout the day. Obviously, there's some big news in regards to Alexa being on the show, and I've got many thoughts on that. But let's go down this, shall we? So, Drew, LA Knight, and Jimmy Uso are going to be in an Elimination Chamber triple threat, which is a little bit weird, just because the women haven't been doing triple threats. I know we've got more guys than girls, but even so, a bit strange to see the women just doing one-on-one matches and the guys doing triple threats, but that's where we are. So, fine. I have no issue with it. It's just a little strange. I'm guessing Drew is going to qualify there, would be my guess. What that means for LA Knight, I'm not sure. Where we go with Jimmy Uso, I'm not too sure. I really actually don't know what WrestleMania looks like for Jimmy Uso. That's a whole conversation in itself, isn't it? So, yeah, don't really have any idea. There's no rumors or anything about Jimmy or LA Knight thinking about it, but I would imagine Drew will win that. Alexa against Candice in an Elimination Chamber qualifying match. Honestly, I'm a little bit unsure as to who's going to win that as well, so it probably is worth just putting up a little poll to see who you lot think is going to win. So, who will win? I mean, there's obviously every chance Alexa wins. She is the biggest star of the two. So your gut feeling kind of tells you Alexa, but what is stopping someone interrupting and then starting a feud for Alexa? Or what is stopping the Wyatts from distracting Alexa? You know, could it be that they're... Because she's coming back and going straight into a match. That doesn't tell me that she's in with the Wyatts. What it says to me is that she's coming back and she's trying to achieve personal goals. That's not the Wyatts mentality. The Wyatts aren't trying to achieve personal goals. So her coming back and doing this is very un-Wyatt 6. It's very strange. So I was very surprised at this news, and it sort of hints to me that I don't know that she's quite in with the Wyatts yet, because it doesn't really fit with what they're doing. So does that mean the Wyatts are going to make their presence felt during this match? I'm sure that's what a lot of people will be hoping for, but is that going to be to help Alexa, or is it going to be to hinder Alexa? Could it be that she's still a bit lost? Could it be that she's been watching the show and she's a fan of what she's seen? She's a fan of what Uncle Howdy is doing. She loves that Bray's creative is still being kind of presented through the Wyatt 6. But she's not back and being a part of it. She's back showing tribute her own way. But it doesn't mean that she's in the Wyatt 6. They might want her... And I'm sure they do, because the URL sort of suggested that they do. But it might not mean that she's actually with them, because this is very un-Wyatt 6, this match. You know, when have we ever seen them even showing any interest in any kind of title? I mean, she's going in the chamber. I mean, that's so that she can win the chamber and go to WrestleMania and face a champion. That is just not Wyatt 6. So the conversation around this development is probably going to take up the next 2 hours. I'm ready for it, right? I know not everyone's going to want that conversation, but this is very unexpected, this match, and I genuinely don't know which way it goes. So let's put it in the chat, shall we? So Alexa Bliss, Candice LeRae, who will win? Who's going into the chamber? Your gut feelings, there's Alexa. But it is so strange and so not what I was expecting that we are very much going down roads I have not planned for. We are off-roading right now, right? Jey Uso yeets back to SmackDown as the 2025 Royal Rumble match winner. So Jey is going to be on the show. I mean, look, he's going to tease, or I could pick you, Oos. You know, I'm sure Cody will say something like, we've got a great relationship. I value our friendship. Nothing will get in the way of that. If it's going to be you and me, it'll be an honor. I'd imagine it'll be, but you've got some thinking to do. I'm sure it's going to be something along those lines, right? Bianca and Piper are going to battle in a Elimination Chamber qualifying match. So Bianca Belair takes on Piper Niven. We've got that tonight. Charlotte Flair returns to SmackDown after winning the 2025 Royal Rumble. She was on Raw. She was at NXT. Now she's here at SmackDown. She's obviously going to be confronting Tiffany, and this is going to be very interesting because word on the street is this is the direction that she is going to go. This is the direction that we are getting at WrestleMania. We are going to get Charlotte versus Tiffany. So of all the confrontations, this one is the most interesting because this is the direction that the streets are saying that we are going to be going in. So very much looking forward to the show tonight. Lots of questions, lots of uncertainty, and, well, a guaranteed Alexa appearance, which obviously is a positive. So, yeah, we'll kind of take it from there, right? A. Jobson, shout out to you. Daz, shout out to you, buds. And Chris Hampton, appreciate the support, my friends. I hope everyone is excited for what promises to be an eventful SmackDown. I think that's probably the best way of wording it. It's going to be an eventful SmackDown. And you know what? We need one as well. SmackDown has been mid for quite a while. If you look at how the community has been scoring SmackDowns, they have been amongst the lowest rated shows that WWE have been putting out in 2025. So SmackDown definitely in need of a little bit of a boost here, and plenty for us to get that boost from. Right. Al said, if you're not into Stardom, you're missing out on the best women's title match I've seen in 5 years. Kim Mitani against Suzy Suzuki. Rhea Ripley's Women's Championship, SmackDown New WrestleMania 41, says Fatima. Rhea is rumored to be taking or potentially taking on Bianca Belair. That was the last I heard about Rhea. So she is going to go into WrestleMania as champion, but honestly, I'm not too sure as to what it is that we're going to be seeing from Rhea and Bianca and how Jade fits into that. Because, of course, Jade will be coming back soon. Jade will come back soon, and she's going to point the finger at someone. I'm guessing that's going to be Naomi. Naomi would feel like the pick in that, wouldn't she? So I'm sort of feeling like that may go that way, and Bianca is then rumoured to start a feud with Rhea. So many moving parts there. So many moving parts. It's we've got a lot of twists and turns coming up on this road to WrestleMania, and when it comes to that women's title, that is very much one of them. William said, I'm thinking Alexa will lose via an attack. The Wyatts could appear and rescue her. Candice goes through as a result. Yeah, I mean, it has been pointed out, and it is not incorrect that we've been talking and expecting a feud with DIY. So Candice is obviously very much a part of that world. Her husband is Johnny Gargano. We know that Dexter was in a relationship with Indy. That relationship broke down. We heard that he was rescued because his family had sort of abandoned him. His family would have to be Indy and Candice. And so the opponent is interesting, but we're not doing this match because Alexa is specifically targeted Candice. It's a qualifier for the Elimination Chamber. So it could lead to the feud that we think we're going to get at some point. Right? DIY is a feud I've been expecting for the Wyatts at some point. We've got to do it at some point. We've got to figure out this whole backstory of Dexter Lumis at some point. So, you know, Alexa, Candice, is this going to be how that starts? I mean, it absolutely could be, but Alexa, to my knowledge, has not got the ability to select who she wants to face. I don't think she's gone in and said, I want to face Candice in an Elimination Chamber qualifier. I think they've just been put together. So at the moment, it feels random. it feels like WWE have just created the match and it's not part of a feud yet. But it could turn out to be that way. So as William said, could the Wyatts appear during this match? Dan said, everyone, thank you. My heart surgery went well. Dan, shout out to you, buds. Glad to hear that things went well. And welcome back. Charlotte always has everything handed to her, said Dormouse. I'm so sick of seeing her in title matches. As soon as she comes back, she needs to just get in line, just like everyone else. I am sick of that BS, says Dormouse. Yeah, honestly, I don't think you're alone on that front, bud. There's been a lot of pushback on her getting that opportunity, and it's very, very understandable. Very understandable. I think that she is seen as being this massive star, arguably the biggest they've ever had. I think it's her and Becky at this point. I think Trish is up there in the eyes of the fans, and certainly when it comes to WWE, I think they've got nothing but love and respect for Trish. But honestly, I think the company view like Becky and Charlotte as being that sort of next level. And, if you think that they were both in the first women's WrestleMania main event, and if you think about the success that Charlotte has had, been given, whatever, and you think about the heights of popularity that Becky got when she was the man, it probably is true, actually. It probably is true that they are just that next level, kind of above your Litas and your Trishes. But a lot of people will say, no, I don't agree with that. There's a lot of nostalgia and affection for what they were able to do. And I just think it was a bit unfortunate because they were breaking through at a time where women's wrestling was clearly not being given the spotlight that it is now. So they absolutely made the most and overachieved at a time where it was harder for women. So nothing but love for Trish, Lita, what they achieved. But I think in the eyes of WWE, like Charlotte, Becky, they are the biggest that we've ever had. And so for Charlotte to come crazy, I don't think WWE see that as being anything controversial. I think in their eyes, it's the same as The Rock coming back and just getting a title match. Or it's the same as Goldberg coming back and just getting a title match. But in the eyes of the fans, the vast majority of the fans, I don't think the fans quite see Charlotte that way. It's debatable. It's one that's a good opinions video. And I also think that the fans are, as Dormouse just said, they're quite sick of these people coming back and just getting things like handed to them. I mean, Cena, in all fairness to him, is trying to earn it. People are still having a pop at him for not qualifying for the Chamber, even though he could have just come back and just been given a title match, right? Absolutely, that could have happened. We've seen it with Goldberg. We've seen it with The Rock. We've seen it with loads of people in the past where they've just come back and they've just had title opportunities because they're such big stars. I don't think anyone would be down on Cena in 2025 coming back and being given a title shot, right? Well, people would complain, but I don't think there'd be a great pushback. But he's not doing that. He's trying to qualify for it. And technically, they did have Charlotte qualify for it as well by having her win the Rumble as a way of trying. But at the end of the day, the result is still going to be that Charlotte will be in a title match at Mania. And people aren't keen on it. And Cena's looking like he'll get into that title match at Mania. People are not down on that. People are okay with that. What would this be in his last year? But yeah, it's quite interesting to see how they are booking all these legends that are like coming back or swirling around. And it is true, they are kind of getting in the way a little bit of the emerging talents. And so that is causing a few headaches. Lisa, hello. Do you think they'll take the belt off Tiffany and give it to Charlotte? It would be a creative disaster if that's the road they take. I think that there's a chance that happens, but I'm leaning towards Tiffany win. I think Tiffany winning makes sense. I think actually the match with Charlotte makes sense. Just because if you want Tiffany to feel like a legit champ, and a really big deal. Her beating Michin, her beating Ivy Nile, her beating Maxine Dupree, her beating a Zoe Stark, her beating anyone that has never held a women's world title before is not elevating Tiffany that much. The longer she keeps the title for, the more it helps. But she has to be beating Bayley, Asuka, Becky, Io, Charlotte, people that have been women's world champion before. That's how you raise her stock. So a Mania match against Charlotte Flair, the most decorated woman in the history of WWE, makes total sense to me as long as Tiffany wins. If Tiffany wins, then it makes sense because you do raise Tiffany's stock. You do elevate her a little bit more because she is now an equal of Charlotte Flair. Look at what the matches against Charlotte did for Rhea. They massively boosted Rhea and they massively boosted her profile. And I think they're hoping that they can do something similar this time with Tiffany. So, listen, if they have Charlotte win, then that's maybe setting up a long-term story where Tiffany gets a rematch and beats Charlotte to show she is now on her level. I wouldn't go that way. I don't think there's an appetite for that story. So I think what they should do is just do what I think the fans are hoping they're going to do, and that is have Tiffany get the win over Charlotte, which will hopefully elevate Tiffany and make her a bigger deal going forwards. South African wrestling fan hello said, I think the men is doing triple threats because John Cena took one spot, said South African wrestling fan hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Daze, your audio keeps cutting out, said the football talk. I think it's YouTube, to be honest, buds. I don't actually have any drop frames or audio issues this end. So I know that if you hit refresh, this is something that's been mentioned a few times where I believe there is actually a fault with YouTube live streaming that just doesn't happen all the time, but it just creeps in. And we've been sort of hearing of people saying this for about a month or so now. So I'm guessing it's a known YouTube problem. I have no drop frames. I have no microphone problems. Everything's on. Everything's working. So I try refreshing the stream and that may be the fix, buds. If you refresh the stream, if you do get issues, says James. Yeah, apparently it is something that keeps hitting certain areas and disrupting certain streams. The audio's good here, says Frank. Frank, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, it's a weird one, that. It's been happening for about a month or so. Right, do we think Kevin Owens will be on the show tonight, said Chris. Well, we know that Cody's back. Cody should be doing something. I don't know that he's on the show, but he will. I'm guessing he will. I'm guessing that Jay will confront Cody. I mean, Jay really needs to see the champ, doesn't he, to make his decision. So he can only really do that if Cody's there. So I've got to think he will be on the show, Cody. We know that he was pretty banged up. Certainly not expecting any match out of him. But he did say that after a couple of days rest, he was feeling much better, Cody. So I do expect Cody to be on the show. Kevin is not advertised. And honestly, I can't even remember what brand technically Kevin is on. I think we looked the other day and he might be a Raw superstar according to that WWE superstar list thing. But then they don't really update that like that quickly. Like they're not totally on top of that thing. So I don't know where he is. Kevin Owens, we know, is okay. He put a tweet out earlier kind of teasing that he's extended his contract and he signed a new contract. So, that says to me he's up and around and he's not in a hospital bed. So, not advertised. I wouldn't be shocked if we didn't see him so we could just keep selling, how horrific that attack was. Although saying that, he did pop up, didn't we? I forgot, at the end of Raw to beat down Sammy. So maybe we don't get him tonight and we see him on Monday where we can actually find out a little bit more about why did he do that, So to answer your question, no, I'm not expecting him. Uncle Revel said, I'm on the fence about getting tickets to Smackdown the night before Elimination Chamber. If the Wyatts get rolling, then I might break the bank and I might pull the trigger. Mr. Cardinal said, this chat is full of mean people, and that is why I like it. Yeah. Car, shout out to you, said, Daze, do we think the New Day might attack Ray on Monday? I'm trying to think what we saw them doing last time. I don't... they could do, I suppose. Ray's going to be in a match with Logan because Logan attacked Ray, which was to not set up their match because it's a qualifier for the Chamber. So, yeah, I suppose they could get involved. That would end up helping Logan win, wouldn't it? And that would then, continue that feud. It's the only feud that's really going for the New Day at the moment is this little beef they've got with the LWO. So, I suppose they could. No guarantees of it, though. Hannah, hello. Daze, another massive episode of Smackdown with big implications. Getting used to 3 hours. Ari Emanuel has been impressed with Raw's views. Let's hope Hunter books well, says Hannah. Hannah, hello. Bob said, do we think Cody will bring out the Winged Eagle, or is it returned to the archive? I feel like it'll likely be returned, to be honest. I think that, Triple H said we were only going to see it for one night, and then, of course, they made a bit of a story out of it. So we actually ended up seeing it for a couple of months. But we did the whole unification thing. Obviously, it doesn't make sense to kind of carry those two belts around. There's no need to do that. So I'm thinking it'll just go back to being the belt that Cody had before. So I think it goes back to the archives now, unfortunately. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Delwyn said, I can see Logan eliminating Cena at the Chamber to start a feud at WrestleMania. Cena did eliminate Logan first at the Rumble, so therefore Logan is going to pay him back. Remember, people, forget Cena hasn't won any singles matches since 2018, said Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. I mean, everything you're saying there makes sense, but the only thing I would say is, the rumors are, and they have been for a while now, that it's going to be Cena against Cody. So you'd have to ignore what the dirt sheets are saying, which is quite easy for some people to do. They really, there is a very strong distaste for the dirt sheets, and I do understand that, sometimes the stuff that comes through is, not accurate. I think I never take everything the dirt sheets say as being gospel. I never take everything as being like, yeah, this is definitely correct. Like, there's going to be fake news, false information, bad sources, and then there's going to be plans that change. I think we all know that in the wrestling world, plans change. Like, it would be silly to think that plans don't ever change. Certainly when you heard historically about how Vince used to do it on a regular basis, like literally before the shows would rip up the script and rewrite things. So the idea that fans are willing to accept that plans do change and that Vince was doing that, but then fans struggle to accept that, well, that then means the information that's been reported by the dirt sheets would then, of course, be inaccurate. Like, I feel like they're both in the same boat. I feel like if you're going to accept the one, you need to accept the other. That, like, plans do change, and we accepted that with Vince, and we criticised Vince for it. But then, like, because plans change, like, the information that the dirt sheets provide is, of course, then going to prove to be, at times, inaccurate, right? I'm not trying to defend the dirt sheets, but I'm just being level-headed. I'm just being, like, I'm looking at it from both points of view. I do not believe that all the dirt sheets lie. I don't believe that they just make up stuff. I mean, if I believed that, I wouldn't even bother doing Unseen. And if you have been watching Unseen, you'll know there's plenty of stuff that gets said that does actually then come true. We heard months and months and months and months ago that they were going to be bringing in women's mid-card titles. That came from PWN. And then lo and behold, fast forward, here we are now with women's mid-card titles. So it's undeniable that there's good sources, good information that's out there. But it doesn't mean that everything is accurate, right? A la Dave Meltzer, yeah? Who has had a real nightmare couple of years, yeah? Really bad couple of years for him where, you know, he's even got to the point now, and we spoke about this in Unseen, I don't think he knows if he can believe his sources. He actually came out with a comment where he was like, I don't know if there was even a contract dispute for Alexa anymore. I'm being told that there was, but I look at her tweets and I just don't know. And it's got to the point where he's being told something and he doesn't even know if he can believe it anymore. I mean, he is just frazzled. He just doesn't know which way is up at the moment. So I do agree there's some sources that are more reliable, stronger than others at present. So the reason why I say that is they are all pretty much saying that it's going to be Cena Cody at WrestleMania. So it's hard to kind of think of it going in any other direction. I mean, could we end up getting Logan Cena at some point 2025? Absolutely. Definitely. Doesn't have to play off at Mania. Doesn't have to result in being some at Mania. It'd be a flipping nightmare if Logan was, like, involved in this build somehow. You know, imagine that. Imagine if Logan, like, hates Cena because he eliminated him at the Rumble, maybe even pins him at the Chamber. Logan starts getting this hatred for Cena, and then, like, at WrestleMania, costs him the match. That would be horrific. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. The heat on Logan costing Cena number 17 at WrestleMania, and, like, I hope it's not going that way. Because I can't see a match at Mania between the two because Cena Cody is so heavily reported. But you are not incorrect, Delwyn. Logan is involved and actually did a video the other day where he called John Cena a snake. He said, John Cena betrayed me. That was the title of the video. Thumbnail was a picture of Cena with an arrow pointing to it and the word snake. So yes, Logan and Cena are very much in each other's orbits at the moment, but I just don't think it pays off as a match. I don't think it's going to be a match at Mania because of the reports, but that doesn't mean Logan won't be involved. But who knows how he makes his presence felt. James said, my main problem with the dirt sheets is blatantly spoiling shows, aka WrestleVotes. I agree with you on that. That is a double-edged sword. Well, it's not a double-edged sword. I mean, on the one hand, they normally get that info right. You know, WrestleVotes will put something out, say, an hour before the show, and it'll be correct. Like, they'll be able to tell you what the main event is, or someone's returning, or there's going to be a call-up, or whatever it might be. And it's always true. So this is what I'm saying. On the one side, that shows they have sources. It shows they have connections. It proves that they have, like, access to information. On the other side, James is absolutely correct. Why would you want to put that out just an hour before the show? I mean, okay, it proves that you have information, you have sources. Like, it's good, I suppose, in a way for your reputation, in the sense of, I knew this was going to happen and I was able to tell you an hour before, yeah? Or 2 hours before. But why would anyone want that information ruined? Why would anyone that's going to watch the show, why would they want to know about a surprise that's literally an hour or 2 hours away? You can extend it and say, why would anyone want to know about any surprises, right? But the truth is, you're never going to be able to keep that stuff quiet. You're never going to be able to keep out, like, the backstage rumors and rumblings. But I think if there's an hour or 2 hours to go, I feel like at that point, WrestleVotes has a bit of a responsibility to... I don't know. I don't know if there would be a way of putting the information, like writing it down and having it release, like, you know, after the show, That would be kind of good, because at least that way they could prove, listen, we wrote this before the show, we locked it away, and now, it's been released. So you can see we knew this before the show. That proves we have sources. So yay them. But equally, it never got released before the show, so it never ruined anything. A bit like if Twitter or X had a time capsule feature where you could write a tweet, it shows the time it was written, but it doesn't get displayed until after, and there's no way of editing it. You can't cheat the system. If it was the case that WrestleVotes could write it down, an hour before the show, but it doesn't get released until after the show, that would be perfect. That would be brilliant, because that way they can show we knew this information, we didn't spoil it, we do have sources, you can trust that we're accurate and that we've got good sources, because look, this came true, and then it would be released after. I'm sure you would have people abusing that system as well. I'm sure there'd be people trying to work around that system, but that would be a better way of ticking the boxes, because I have no idea who wants like a surprise or something like that ruined just an hour before they're going to watch it anyway. It's a bit different when it comes to like what's the main event of WrestleMania. Plans change. We may not end up with that being the main event of WrestleMania, but as things stand right now, that is the rumoured main event of WrestleMania, Cena versus Cody. So we can talk about it. Do we like it? Do we not like it? Blah, 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 blah. Would we change it? If we would, how would we change it? Like, we can chuck it all around and do stuff with that conversation. But you can't, what you're doing an hour before, you can't do much in the conversation if someone's going to drop an hour before. And then just ruin what's going to be on the show anyway. So I completely agree with James, but I think that's the reason why they do it. Because if they've got some information that is accurate and they've got some information that they know is, going to make them look good, make them look like they've got sources, I think that's why they release it. I think that's why they do it. But it's a shame there's not a different way that it can be delivered, like, as I said, delayed and then posted after. Vic said, I'm seeing 151 likes, but still like the stream for Daddy, said Vic. Vic, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate all the likes and everything like that. It is a big stream today, but it's a bigger stream tomorrow. UFC, their monthly pay-per-view, we will be here for that tomorrow. Actually, I need to update this little stream video, don't I? I forgot about that. I think it might still be showing the Rumble. Is it even showing the Rumble? I don't even know what it's showing anymore. I haven't done it in a while, so I do need to change that. I'll probably update it for Vengeance Day or something now. But tomorrow we are doing the big monthly UFC pay-per-view, and should be all right. Should be all right. Pretty good top end of the card. So, yeah, likes always welcome. Right, Daze, I've got to say, Jacob Fatu might be the full package for a wrestler, says Hannah. Aggression, agility, speed, power, mic ability. What would you say is his weakness, says Hannah? His weakness is just, I would say, experience in WWE. He never went through the NXT system. So the problem we've got, which is also a bit of a positive, is we don't know a great deal about him. He has not cut many promos. So, I can't tell you. The promos that he cuts when he's walking to the ring are incredible, but they're nothing promos. They're the kind of promos you could cut on the indies. I'm King Kong and Godzilla all rolled into one. I'm a wrecking ball. I'm a wrecking machine. I'm going to bring war. It doesn't really matter who he's facing. Right? It's generic terms that are very good, very impactful. When he talks, you want to listen, but it doesn't do anything to further a story. And I've not seen much in the way of that. What's he going to be like when you put him into a narrative where there's a story and he has to kind of keep hold of the ebb and the flow of that story? That and his promo in it and everything. How would he do then? When you've got those kind of promos between Roman and Seth, or those promos between like Punk and Cody, where, you know, we're digging a little bit into the past. We're talking about what it was like as they were coming through together. We're talking about, like, Drew's got an issue because seemingly Punk held him back in, like, 2014. And I don't think he's revealed that story. He always teased he was going to, but I don't think he ever did. But those kind of promos, when you get to the very top of the card and, you know, you're building a WrestleMania main event, we've not seen Jacob in those situations. I've got no issue with Jacob when the bell rings. No problem with Jacob when the bell rings. I've seen him do some selling, and it was fine. Again, I'd like to see him in a longer contest. We saw him in one match, didn't we, against Braun, and actually didn't set the world on fire. There was big spots, as you would have imagined. But if you actually looked at the reviews after, people were like, nah, not quite what I was looking for, to be honest. So, but that was a very different match. That was him against Braun in like a monster showdown. So you're not going to get a Bret Hart technical match out of him, but he has got some lovely moves in his arsenal. He can do a bit of selling. I've seen him doing a bit of selling. I think in-ring is good, really good. I don't know about, I haven't seen yet him putting that together in ring for like a good 20-minute like main event. So there's a question mark around that. I can't say it's a weakness. I just haven't seen it. So there's a question mark around that. I'd say there's a question mark around his promos when it comes to it being more storyline driven rather than, I'm King Kong, I'm a monster, I'm going to mess you up, as he's like walking backstage, like a very generic. He could cut that in MLW. He could cut that in AEW. He could cut that in flipping WCW. It's very generic. But when it comes to being more storyline driven, where you've got to remember things and there's a bit more nuance to things, we've not seen that. So I can't say that he's got like particular weakness. I would just say there's still elements that we've not seen. So for me, his inexperience in WWE, or his lack of experience, his lack of time in WWE is his weakness at the moment, because he's not been exposed to much. He's not been exposed to like these different kind of facets of the game. He's never been a champ. We've never seen him like with a title. We don't know. We know what he's like being the monster that's chasing, but what's he like being the monster that's chased? You know, that can bring a very different dynamic. And certainly someone like Jacob that I think really excels as being that off the hook live wire kind of it's like an out of control train. What's it like when he's got a belt and he's the one that's in control? It's a different dynamic. Things change a little bit. So I just think like I wouldn't say there's much in the way of weakness. I'd say there's quite a bit that we've not seen. And so we need to kind of dig into, you know, putting him into some different situations. So all you can say is so far so good. Has he passed everything with flying colours so far? Pretty much yes. Other than the match with Strowman. I mean, everything in the build-up to that was pretty close to perfect. He was an absolute beast. I did find his Rumble appearance as well to be a bit forgettable. I remember him coming down, and I remember him murking some people, and I remember him being face-to-face with Roman, but I don't really remember much outside of that, to be honest. It's hard to stand out in a Rumble. There's so much going on. You get a few fleeting moments. Rest of the time you're in a corner, aren't you, or lying down or something. So I can't remember loads about him being in the Rumble, so yeah, I'd say like the week before with Saturday Night's main event was a bit of it was fine. It was good, just maybe not the height that he had been at. Rumble, forgettable, really. So I don't know about you. I'm looking for him to just, you know, come back with something juicy again. And but you know, listen, it's ebbs and flows, isn't it? Can't flip and kill it. You can't be at that level all the time. I mean, it's just been so good so far, but there's still a lot we need to see from Jacob. Ian said, Cody, Cena means Cena is going to win the Chamber then. That is the belief, yeah. The word going around today is that Cena's been penciled in to win the Chamber since November, which was quite surprising because that news obviously coming out now rather than coming out before the Rumble. If that had come out before the Rumble, which I'm glad it didn't, but if it had come out before the Rumble, then, of course, we would have been very different with our predictions and our thoughts. But Cena went in as the firm favourite. Obviously, it was Jey Uso that got the job done. But word coming out today that Cena is been planned to win the Chamber since, like, November time. Again, those dirt sheets can be incorrect. And not only that, but plans can change, right? I mean, just because he is someone that has been expected to win the Chamber since November doesn't mean he's going to win the Chamber now, but I think everyone's going to have him as favourite going into that match. As soon as he didn't win the Rumble, everyone was like, well, he wins the Chamber then. So, yeah, that is the expectation. TJF said simple, F the reporters. Get rid of them. Get rid of the dirt sheets. Tell them to get real jobs. TJF, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, like, you'll never cut it out because there's too many people that work at WWE, right? They've got thousands of employees and the leaks can come from everywhere and anywhere. I mean, the leaks don't necessarily come from the wrestlers or come from Triple H or, like, you know, Michael Hayes or whatever. It can be the makeup lady. It can be the guy that sets up the ring. It could be the doctor. It could be the cameraman. It could be the sound guy. It could be the pyro guy. It could be the catering woman. It could be the guy that drives the trucks. It could be someone that works at their headquarters in finance. Someone that works at headquarters in marketing. Someone that works for the YouTube. I mean, they have got... If you think of all their social media platforms and you think of all the countries they operate in, I know they've got a UK office. I know they've got, whenever they come to the UK, there's a UK office that sort of help oversee setting up, like, the UK side of stuff. I would imagine that office probably has been doing work with the kind of European stuff that's been happening as well. So it's not just that they've got headquarters and that's it. They've got offices in other countries. And there's obviously 3 brands. So you've got the NXT teams as well. They're probably a little more removed from what goes on with the main roster, but in regards to main roster, you've got Raw, you've got Smackdown. I believe they're 2 separate teams, 2 separate write-in teams. I believe there's 2 lots of, like, ring crews, and I mean, like, it's my understanding is that you know, the brand split means that there's people that are dedicated to both brands. So the amount of people that can leak information is in the thousands, not the hundreds. It's in the thousands. So WWE has to make sure that when it comes to creative, it really is kept on a need-to-know basis. It really is kept to a very small group of people, and that it doesn't, like, get out. But you're with that many cogs, you're always struggling. I mean, when CM Punk came back, there was, like, 3 people that knew. That was it. It was like I think Triple H, the lawyer, and Nick Khan, and I think that was about it. Until Punk showed up to the building, it was like Triple H, Nick Khan, and the lawyer, and that was it. Apart from Punk as well. I've seen footage of him talking to his family as he heads to the arena to let them know, like, I will be returning tonight. But that is whilst Survivor Series is on. And whilst, like, you know, don't tell anyone, but I am coming back tonight. Make sure you're watching the show. And he's, like, telling his family on the way to the arena. So the leaks can come from so many different places. Even if you was to get rid of all of the dirt sheets, Fightful, Meltzer, Wrestle Talk, and get rid of all of those, you would just end up replacing them with brand new ones. Because those people are going to talk, yeah? If you've got a bit of news, you're probably going to want to tell someone. And so that makeup lady, that catering guy, whoever it might be, they're going to tell a friend. And someone will go, I'm actually getting quite a bit of info on a regular basis here. I might as well start up a channel. You get rid of Fightful, you'll have, Impact Zone coming up instead, right? You'll have flipping some other outlet arriving. So I just don't know that you'll ever get rid of it. I don't know that you will ever get rid of it. The only way I think you could get rid of it is if you just completely starve the information coming out and no one knows anything. And I think then, the dirt sheets, but that would have to be with every company, because dirt sheets obviously talk about WWE, but they talk about New Japan, they talk about AEW, they talk about TNA, they talk about all the different companies. And even then, you probably still couldn't get rid of them, because they'll just start talking about what has happened, and they'd still just interview wrestlers and ask them about their thoughts on different things. Like, Tiffany Stratton was recently asked, what do you think about Mandy Rose's comments? So, they'd probably just adjust to that as well. I mean, you're not going to get rid of them. I just can't think of any way you'd be able to get rid of them. They are part of the wrestling world seemingly forever now. Leon, shout out to you, my friend, with a red circle. Shout out to you. Yeah, Alexa on the show tonight. I will say, though, I don't mind Sean Ross Sapp. I like him. I know there's people that are down on the way he acts on Twitter, but I like anyone that is good at what they do. I like Chris Van Vliet. I think Chris Van Vliet's excellent at interviewing. I think he's excellent at what he does. I've got nothing but time for Chris Van Vliet. I think Sean Ross Sapp is very good at what he does. I think he is someone that does not want to put out fake news. I don't think he wants to put out nonsense. Obviously, people are a bit divided as to how he conducts himself on X. That's his personal choice. If he wants to address the kind of troll comments that he gets rather than just ignore them or leave them, that's his choice. That's up to him. But I think, like, as an outlet, I think Fightful are seen as being a very reliable outlet. If you have, like, something coming from Fightful or Fightful Select, people will believe it. People will be like, okay, this feels like it's reliable. And that only comes with, high standards. So I really like him for that. I really like Chris Van Vliet. People with high standards I've got time for. So it's no shade on, like, dirt sheets, but I suppose it's just an extension of what James was saying earlier. The frustration really is about when things get spoiled. When things get spoiled, like an hour before or something like that, that is very frustrating. I do feel like there could be a bit of common courtesy, maybe some manners that could come in. Some like guidelines could eventually come in. Like if the wrestling fans turn around and say, "Nah, that sucks." I think that they'd soon get the message if wrestling fans kind of united and said, nah, that sucks. We don't like that. I think, you'd see the companies soon stop doing it. But, that's for wrestling fans, isn't it, to make their voices heard. Right, lovely. Retro MC said, Daze, shout out to you. Retro MC, shout out to you as well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Austin said, hello, Boomer. Let's get wild. If you was going to book Elimination Chamber and make it so that Cena isn't main event in WrestleMania, then who would win at Elimination Chamber and who would face Cody at WrestleMania? Take care. Austin, shout out to you, but I think if Cena isn't going to win the Chamber, I really want a feud that matters, has history, is going to have a real interesting build, is something that's going to be really big for Cody. And I can't think of anything other than Randy Orton, to be honest, because for those that know their history, people will know that Randy had a little group called Legacy that had Ted DiBiase Jr. and Cody in it. And I think that Randy's in a point where there's probably not loads of matches left for Randy. There's certainly not loads of years left. But I think he is someone that still has the ability to put in a shift, put in a match. We've seen that from him. For example, he was in the final of King of the Ring against Gunther. And so I think he still has the ability to be in a match of that magnitude and deliver a performance. Even though we know that he's had horrific injuries recently, he's just on an extended break at the moment. I think that having Randy come back as a heel, I would make him a heel. I always love Randy as a heel. You know, he is the Viper. He is the legend killer. And I think bringing him back as a heel, because, you know, he was attacked by Kevin, and he can blame Cody for that. He can blame Cody. And I think bringing Randy back, having him blame Cody for what Kevin did, and say, do you know what? I hated Kevin, and I was coming to rip Kevin's head off. But whilst I was away, I watched what you was doing, and I watched you and Kevin, and I saw that whole story, that whole feuds, and it dawned on me how wrong you have been, and how Kevin was right. This was your fault. And, you know, we can, like, build it from there. And I think with the history, the backstory, the legacy connection, the fact that Cody has often said he is a student of Cena and a student of Randy, I sort of feel like a heel Randy coming back after having some time away, going after Cody, the emotion of that, I think could be very interesting. Cody's title needs to feel like it's actually in danger, needs to feel like he legit can lose it. And I would move mountains to make it seem like Randy is going to beat Cody at WrestleMania. I would be putting fake news out to the dirt sheets that, you know, I'd be having graphics made that show Randy with the title for after WrestleMania, getting them quickly deleted, because someone will see them and someone will go, did you see this that just went out on the WWE Spanish channel? It's got Randy with the belt. Did you mate, I'd be messing with you like there'd be no tomorrow. Like there's no tomorrow. When you're in the IWC, or you see the kind of conversations, the things people react to, I think it gives you like such a good insight into how you could then manipulate that world to your advantage. And, you know, you have to understand the system to mess with the system. And, I mean, all I do is I'm on Twitter all day, every day. I understand the wrestling world in regards to what the fans are saying and, you know, kind of where the news comes from, who's reliable, who's not reliable. And I would mess with that world. I would mess, not all the time, because it would lose its impact, but at key times, like WrestleMania, if I need people to believe I'm going a certain direction that I'm not going in, I would do stuff like that. And it's random stuff as well. If you put it out on the WWE main channel, it's a bit too obvious. Put it out on the Spanish channel. Everyone could believe the Spanish channel's goofed. Everyone could believe the Spanish channel have dropped the ball, you know? So WWE Espanol would have a graphic where they would put it out and then quickly delete it. And I promise you someone would screenshot it. Someone would have it. And it would do the rounds. And I would just be putting, like, seeds of doubt in, like, yeah, Randy's winning. I actually don't know if I'd have Randy win or not, but I would definitely do something along those lines. And then people know that I'm kind of still on board with Cena going into that for number 17. To be honest with you, I don't mind if he does or if he doesn't. I do love the idea of the triple threat, and then, as everyone knows, Cody gets carted away mid-match, injury, not legit, but, you know, he is out of the match. And he says to John, go and win number 17. Just make sure he doesn't get the title. And we basically end WrestleMania with John Cena, Randy Orton. And a new champion will be crowned. Like, Cody is done. He's cooked. He's out. He is not going to be champ. I always think that's so exciting. Like, if you have, say, a Royal Rumble for the belts, and the champ goes in to defend it, and the champ gets eliminated, and you've still got quite a bit of time to go, you then know we are getting a new champ. And I always think that's quite exciting. Like, you know, the champ got eliminated earlier. Like, we are definitely getting a new champion tonight. And I think that is always something that brings drama. And add in the fact it would be Cena and Randy Orton that would be in the position where it's going to be one of them two that's going to be that new champion. And it's the main event of WrestleMania. And Cody's protected. He's done his knee in, you know? He's done his knee. It could be that someone attacks him. Logan, anyone. Like, chop blocks him. His knee goes, he's down, he's stretchered away, he's done, he's cooked. There's nothing he could do about it. He never got pinned, right? But he was not medically able to continue. I would love something like that. So I would be looking at something like, do you do Cody Randy one-on-one and mess with people so they really, really put that doubt in their mind? Or do you add Cena into it to make that triple threat? I'm not really crazy about doing the Roman match again. I'm not personally looking for like a three-peat. Some people are, but it's not really what I'm looking for. I also struggle with like CM Punk against Cody because that's face versus face. And again, I'm not crazy about face versus face. I don't feel like that really works for Cody at the moment. Hence why I would do the triple threat with a heel Randy in there. But, like, yeah, Cena against Cody one-on-one is also not a match that I'm doing cartwheels over for the exact same reason. Face versus face, it's just you split the crowds. Not everyone's going to be supporting Cena. You're going to have plenty of kids that are going to be behind Cody. And why are you going to want, like, when whoever wins, only half the crowd cheering and the other half of the crowd disappointed? You're going to end up with what happened at the Rumble, where it was face at the end. And look at the reaction. There's been so much, like, negativity towards Jey Uso, which I don't think would have been as strong if he'd have eliminated Logan last. If it had come down to Jay and Logan and they were having a back and forth and we were just there like, please, anyone but Logan, the relief of it being Jay and not Logan, I think would have meant he wouldn't have got as much heat as what he did. I think that having Cena going in and finishing runner-up. I mean, Kai Cenat, one of the biggest streamers in the world, was ringside cheering for John and was down, disappointed, depressed, sad. I think someone said he cried, but I don't know if that's true. But anyone watching the Kai Cenat stream will have seen their guy down that Jay won, right? That is not a great visual. That is not a great message to send to the world. Oh, that guy that just won, Kai Cenat, didn't like it. Kai Cenat was like in tears when John didn't win. That doesn't help build Jey Uso. That just, in the eyes of the world, makes Jey Uso look like, you know, okay, he got the job done, but we're not really rooting for him. Wrestling fans, there's a good chunk of people that are, though. We all saw the reaction on Monday. It's undeniable that Jay's got his followers. Undeniable. And I'm not down on it. But the point I'm making is that is the problem you get when you do face versus face. You split the crowds. And, you know, I don't really want half the crowd to be cheering if Cena gets number 17 and the other half moody because Cody just lost. I don't really want half the crowd to be... I don't even think it'd be 50-50. Probably be 60-40 Cena, maybe 70-30. But it's just not great. I mean, there would be a chance that Cody would be booed a year after finishing the story in the main event of WrestleMania. And when he comes down, he gets booed because the crowd wants Cena to get... That's not a great visual. How's that a great visual? How does that make any sense whatsoever? I've said it before. On a poster... I get it. You know, Cena's face there, Cody's face there. Get it. Totally get it. I totally get it. But from an actual real world, this is how it's going to go point of view, I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. No, you can do face versus face, little friendly thing, you know. But in the main event of WrestleMania, and a title being involved, and it being Cena's last match, and he's trying to break the records and get number 17, it doesn't, the math ain't mathing. The math don't math. So I am not crazy about Cody Cena, but listen, I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to be sitting here like when it's on with my arms folded all moody, because... you know, I want to have fun with the main event of WrestleMania. I'll pick a side, probably Cena, and we'll just see how it goes, right? But I don't really want to be put in that situation where I have to choose. I don't really want to be in the situation where it's like, Cody, who I think's had really bad creative, do I go that way? Or do I go with the guy that's trying to get number 17, he's in his last year? And I don't know if he's going to get injured at any point. I don't even know if he's going to survive the chamber at this point, but, you know, I can't run the risk of him not getting the title because he might get flipping injured later in the year and he might not get 17. So, you know, so it's a good question. Which way would I go? I would definitely put a heel in there as a buffer. As someone that we can unify behind, definitely. Well, because at least that way I can go, look, I don't mind if it's Cody or Cena. I just don't want Randy, right? At least we can do that then. So I would definitely find a way of getting Randy into that match. Is it going to happen? Nah, probably not. Probably not. Will they end up crying? Probably. Nah, honestly... there's way worse matches we could end up with, so I'm not like horrifically down on it. It's just not what I would book. But then I could say that so many times when it comes to what Triple H books. There's many an occasion where Triple H will book some, and I'm like, I wouldn't have done that. But I am booking it, am I? So Triple H is the one that has earned that right with, you know, getting with Vince's daughter. And, you know, having the career he had as well. Uncle Rebel said, I would love to see Alexa and Braun meet tonight and hug. They could bump into each other. It's not impossible, Uncle Rebel. Brett said, it's always a pleasure to be amongst like-minded people. Hope you are doing well, Daze. And I hope that everyone is doing well. Peace and love. Brett, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to wrestling... no one on this planet is going to have the same opinions as you, exactly the same. Everyone, every opinion you've got makes you special. It makes you unique. And that is absolutely fine. The exact same is same of me. No one will have the exact same opinion on everything that's ever happened in wrestling as I have got. There's just too many variables, right? You can get close, but no one's going to have the exact same opinion on everything. So we're always going to have disagreements or opinions that differ. And that, as I've said, is absolutely fine. I just think, though, that when it comes to questions like WrestleMania main events and who should have won the Rumble and stuff like that, I always try anyway, to just back it up with, like, logic as to, well, I think that because, and then try and explain. So quite a lengthy answer on that one, but I know there'd be a lot of kickback with, like, what, you're not into Cena, Cody. But, you know, I think hopefully if you actually walk it and explain it and go, well, this is why, maybe then people can get where you're coming from a little bit more, right? Some people get it straight away, but, you know, there's some people that are blinded by the star power because the poster looks great. Well, we haven't seen it, but, you know, you put Cena's face there, Cody's face there. I mean, it just sells itself, doesn't it? It's just a big fight between two big names, just like you get in boxing or in UFC. But wrestling's different to those. Wrestling's kind of different to those sports. So it's not a sport for starters. So, yeah. Brett, shout out to you. Joey said, how quick do you think Tiffy turns face? Well, word on the streets is that Charlotte is going to be the heel in that feuds. So I think that we will start moving in that direction. I think we need to get Charlotte to pick Tiffany first. I imagine the what went down on Monday is probably going to have sent a loud message. It certainly should have sent a loud message that people are just not interested in Charlotte being a face. I mean, her saying I've been away and I've missed you guys, and I mean, people aren't interested. That's it. People aren't interested. So it's a case of quickly. I don't see any need to drag our heels on this. Word on the street is Tiffany is going to be the face, Charlotte's going to be the heel at WrestleMania. If that's the case, let's just get going. I don't even really understand the whole who am I going to choose stuff as well, you know. I suppose there is an option there for Charlotte, a lot more than there is for Jay. Jay ain't going to choose Cody, surely. So I suppose there is a bit more of an option, but yeah, I don't know. We all know where it's going. I think I'd much rather just start getting our teeth into it, so hopefully not too long. Bradley, appreciate the support, my friends. Dort Knight said, love magic, but sometimes magic can be an illusion. Deep. D. Rogers, Mike Granger, and Vertebreaker69. Shout out to all of you. Really appreciate the supports and joining our members side of things. And a big congrats whilst I remember Finley, of course, and new community champion Matter, carrying that championship with pride, with dignity, and doing a fantastic job, becoming the first 2 week in a row champion. But Finley getting the job done on Wednesday. And yeah, I saw earlier actually Finley in the chat said he was going to represent the community with honor and whatnot. So I was like, respect, man, respect. So there we go. I thought your little thing came out really well, actually. I really liked it. You look jacked. Ugh. So, Finley, congrats, buds. That is the current community champ. We do those streams on the members' sides every Wednesday, and we'll be having another one this Wednesday coming. Donald, hello, buds. Hope you're doing well. What do we think if Uncle Howdy picks up right where we left off with Alexa, starts stalking her again, starting tonight, says Donald. I would be okay with that. I don't mind us picking up where we sort of left off. I suppose the frustration that I feel is the fact that we can't just pretend that things haven't changed when things have so drastically changed. We can't just pretend that, like, you know, it's 2023. It clearly is not. You know, there is, you know, it's not that Bray isn't in the company anymore. He's not with us at all anymore. And I don't know about you, but I sort of hoped that we would hear a few words from Alexa about that. I mean, we did from Bo, and, you know, there was lots of stuff that was in his interview. There was lots of stuff that was in Nightbirds. I mean, wasn't one of the clues like, how do you feel since your brother died, or something really like, oh my God. Like, really, geez, like, we're asking, we're not skirting around. And with Alexa, because she was so close to him, now that she's back, it feels, maybe wrongfully, it feels a little bit like just a tiny piece of him is back. And that's a lot to put on her, and it's very unfair to say that. But it does sort of feel a little bit that way because they were so synonymous with each other. They were together on screen a lot. And, you know, you think about WrestleMania 37, where she's like doing his, turning the thing as he comes out the box, and she turns on him with the stuff coming down her face. And one of the last things we got was a fun house, and it was like, who opened the door? And we all thought it was going to be Alexa, and we knew that Alexa was being stalked by Uncle Howdy, and it felt like she was going to come into Bray's world again. And, you know, the playground Alexa, the Lily doll, I mean, really her career the past few years, even more than that, I mean, going all the way back to 2020, really has been synonymous with him. So her not being around and now her being back on TV, does sort of feel like a little piece of his past, his history has returned, very similar to when the Wyatt Six came in and Rowan was back and Bo was back, you know. You can't really look at her without thinking about him. I don't know about you, I can't do that. I can't look at her without thinking about Bray. And I don't think that's unnatural. And I don't think that's weird. And I don't think it's strange. I think it's normal. I think it's natural. And for us to not do a promo and not address his passing, which I know people will say has been addressed with the jacket, but I was sort of, I get it's hard, and I get that it's probably too emotional for her to do, but even if she wasn't going to talk about him, I feel like I need to hear a promo. I need to hear her talk. I need to know where she's been. I need to know what this character is. I need to know where Lily has come from. I need to know how she feels about the Wyatt Six. What's her relationship with the Six? How does she feel about Bray's passing? If we can get that in. If she's strong enough to do that. And for us to not do that, and instead do an Elimination Chamber qualifying match, is honestly baffling to me. I cannot even begin to understand. It would be like the Wyatt Six coming back on TV and being put in a battle royal. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. Why are they doing it? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Okay, the math ain't mathing. There's a lot of math that ain't mathing at the moment. Like, why is she trying to go into a chamber? Like, does that mean she's not in the Six? But then why has she got a 6 on Lily's eye? And why is there so much reference to circles and Bray and all of that stuff? And, you know, clearly she was in the URL. And clearly there's a 6 in the eye of Lily. But then she's going after, like, personal goals of trying to get into a chamber to win the chamber to go to WrestleMania, to fight for the world title. That is so out of line with the Wyatt Six. It says to me she's not in the group right now. It says to me she's not in the group. And so that it does increase the chance that we do get the Wyatts making their presence felt tonight as they try to bring her into the group. Of course, the question will be asked, well, why has she got the 6 in the eye of Lily then? I suppose the whole thing can just be explained that she is paying respect to Bray and Bray's work, and that work includes the Wyatt Six. She recognizes them, she knows of their existence, and she supports their work, but maybe she's just not a part of that world yet, and there is going to have to be some recruiting that's done. It still does not explain why she would come back, even if she was outside of the Wyatt Six, and not tell us where she's been, and not just act as if like, hey guys, hey everyone, hope you're doing well. It'd be like the Hook Tour girl coming back after being away for months and months after that crypto scam, and just being like, hi everyone, so this week on the podcast we're going to talk to Janice, and Janice is a gardener who's got a new book out. Janice, do you want to tell us about your... and just acting like nothing has happened. I'm pretty sure the internet would be like, hang on, sorry, what? Sorry, what? You've been away for months after, like, a big crypto thing, a big scandal, and now you're coming back and you're just, what, doing another episode? Like, that is how I feel about Alexa coming back after being gone for 2 years, Bray Wyatt passing away, Lily returning out of nowhere with a brand new look, Wyatt Six being created as a group, and then she comes back and goes, qualifying match. I'm going in the chamber. Oh, are you? Okay. Any chance we could get a promo or like where you've been or... lol. So, I don't know. For me, I ain't got a flipping clue what they're doing. And I don't even know that they know what they're doing. Some people will say she's going to get interrupted by the Wyatts, and it makes sense because they need to interrupt her in a match, right? My response would be they could interrupt a promo, couldn't they? She could be doing a promo explaining where the flip she's been, and then the Wyatts could interrupt, right? It does not have to be a match this week. So, and the other thing as well is, if you're so desperate to put her in a match, why can't she do the match next week? It's not like all the Elimination Chamber qualifiers have to be done this week. We know that Bayley Lyra is happening on Monday. So why can't you do Candice Alexa next Friday and have a, hey guys, I'm sure you've got some, what do you want to talk about? And she came out and went, what do you want to talk about? I've got a flipping list here. I've got several pages. Give me one moment, because I have got a few questions. But instead, we're not doing that. We're going to do a LOL match against Candice LeRae, where she tries to qualify for the chamber. It don't matter. The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. Have they got something in mind? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. And I'm sure that it's going to result in us getting somewhere, right? But I'm looking at it from all sides. And it's like, even if we do the match and the Wyatts interrupt, why could they not have interrupted a promo? And some people will say, well, she might do the promo as well. Well, I need like a segment-long promo. I need a promo. Yeah, not a little, oh my God, hi, Jackie, how you doing? Yeah, Alexa, just before you go out, few questions. I need something a bit more than that. Like, I need her in the ring with like a segment where she like opens the show and like talks to us. And do you know what I mean? Like, we actually get some meat. We actually get some substance. I mean, if she's got a segment that's going to be a match, I can't see them giving her another segment that's going to be a promo as well. I can't see her having a promo, big promo segment, and then a match afterwards. If we do that, brilliant. Because then that will have addressed my criticism. So if we do that, if we're going to give her 2 segments, brilliant. But I can't see it. I can't see them giving her 2 segments. I think there'll be a backstage interview, or there'll be something along those lines where, you know, she'll talk about being excited to be back. I get the feeling it'll be relatively short. And, you know, talking about being focused on the future, stuff like that is the vibe I'm getting. And then we do the match, and sure, some flickers, some glitches, that kind of stuff. And, you know, we start teasing that the Wyatts are gonna come for her. But where's she been? Why is Lily back? Like, are we going to get these answers? That's what I'm after. That's what I'm looking for. And that's what I don't know that I'm going to get. So, not crazy about the match is an understatement, to be honest. Not the direction I would go. I mean, I can't properly stick the knife in because, well, I haven't seen what they're going to do yet. And I'm sure there's a plan. I'm sure there's some sort of plan. But to be absolutely brutally frank with you, I do believe she was meant to come back on the 2nd episode of Raw with something to do with the Wyatts. I do believe that because of the contract issues that only got resolved on Saturday, we are now in a bit of rewrite. We are now in a bit of uncharted water. We are now doing something that was probably not plan A, plan B, or plan C. And we are now just like, you know, right, let's get her back. Let's get her into the chamber. Like, maybe she wins tonight, or let's get her into a match. We'll have the Wyatts. It doesn't feel like this is a well thought out, planned, months in advance. This is the story we're going to tell. Rumors are she was meant to come back on the 2nd Raw. She was going to come back then. We might have skipped a load of stuff and we'd just gone straight to, you know, something that was a bit further down the something that maybe wasn't quite as important. But, you know, this is the problem when you've got contract issues and you're going down a few roads that you didn't intend to go down, you know? So, with all of that said, let's see what we get. You know, I'm sure we'll get answers kind of over a period of time. But as I said in a tweet I put online, When Bray came back in 2022, and I am going to move on to another point, but when Bray came back in 2022 at Extreme Rules, he did not do a match on the Smackdown immediately after coming back. He did a massive promo where he came out and he spoke about how nervous he was, and he spoke about how he really appreciated everyone's support. Do you remember that amazing, vulnerable, my name is Wyndham. You've never really seen the real me. That very vulnerable promo. That's what we got from Bray when he returned after being away for, was it a year and a half, something like that? Alexa comes back after being away for 2 years, and seemingly she's not going to get that same treatment. She's going to be put in a qualifying match against Candice LeRae for Elimination Chamber. And again, other people will say, well, we might get DIY getting involved and it could set up a feud for the Wyatts and all of that. Again, my answer's going to be there's a million different ways you can get to that. This match did not need to be it. Or if it is it, this match could have happened next week rather than being this week. I as I'm sitting here right now, I cannot find a way of saying why she is not getting a big, epic promo segment. I can't. I just don't know. Because you can always move the match to next week. Hannah said, Daze, with all the talk about the reporters earlier, do we think there's a soft spot for Uncle Dave? He seems very controversial individual in the wrestling world. Is there a soft spot for Uncle Dave? Yes and no. I think I've got more respect for Dave than the average bear. I think when it comes to Dave Meltzer, I really respect anyone that has dedicated their life to professional wrestling on the scale that he has. He has forgotten more about wrestling than I will ever know. He has watched so many matches from so many different promotions. He is a true historian, a walking wrestling encyclopedia. Someone that I think even his biggest hater has to respect that side of it, yeah? Like, the fact that this is someone that really knows the business and knows his onions, right? The side of Dave that people have got a problem with is his breaking news side, right? People have got an issue with the star ratings, but that's opinion. There ain't a star rating system in the world that anyone would totally agree with, right? So Dave's got his opinion on how he sees matches, and people have got a bit of beef with that. I don't think that's where the hatred for Dave has come from. I think the hatred for Dave has come from the fact that, well, a couple of things. He seems to favour AEW more than he does WWE, and that's because he does. And he's even said it, right? So, but I don't blame him for that, because AEW provide a form of wrestling that he enjoys. AEW provide a form of wrestling that he gets more entertainment out of. So for him, he enjoys those matches more. And so for him, those matches score higher. I can understand that. I don't struggle with that. And with WWE, he doesn't enjoy it as much. He doesn't find the matches to be as creative. There's not maybe as many callbacks in the matches. Like with AEW, New Japan, they'll do some callbacks to previous matches and things like this. And there's certain moves you can't use that they'll use or just do once in a while. And they'll protect their finishers maybe a bit more, and more New Japan than AEW. But I can sort of understand where he's coming from. The things that he's talking about, I mean, for example, Penta was over in AEW and Cody was over in AEW. Whilst they were in AEW, like pretty much, if you was a diehard WWE fan, AEW can go to hell, yeah? AEW sucks. But as soon as the stars come over to WWE, all of a sudden now, oh my God, these are the greatest things in the world, right? So I think tribalism plays a massive part in the hatred of Dave Meltzer. I think he is someone that does prefer non-WWE, like New Japan and AEW. And I think that rather than just accepting that he prefers those, I think people use that to beat him, right? I've said before, the way I use the star ratings, I don't care what he gives AEW. It makes no difference to me. He could give every AEW match 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars. What does it matter? It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference to me whatsoever. It won't make me want to go and watch the shows, because whenever I do sit down and watch like some of the stuff, like there's a chance I won't like it, right? I've seen a few bits. I ain't keen on it. I watched it all the way up until the start of 2024, right? So I know kind of what I'm getting there, and I know that it's not for me. So he could score it 7 stars. Wouldn't make any difference to my life. So the way I use the stars is I look at how does he score WWE against WWE. For example, how has he scored the 2025 Men's Rumble against the 2024 Men's Rumble? Now that's interesting, because that's like for like. Forget what he thinks about AEW and New Japan. Irrelevant. But what did he score the 2025 Women's Rumble compared to the 2023 Women's Rumble? How are the Rumbles in his mind ranked in recent years, right? I find that interesting, useful, informative, and it has nothing to do with tribalism, right? Nothing to do with it. So I get where people are coming from, but I don't engage in that because I don't see the point they make as being an important point. The point is, he's always down on WWE. So he doesn't like the matches as much as AEW. That's his prerogative. He watches them and he doesn't enjoy them as much. You're getting upset over his opinion, which if you want to do that, that's absolutely fine. But there's value in just looking at what he scores for the WWE stuff rather than comparing to AEW. Forget what he does with AEW. Just look at the WWE stuff. And I think as well, he's quite combative on social media. We see like Sean Ross Sapp battling trolls. The exact same thing from Dave Meltzer as well. He'll respond to people. And then add in the little sprinkle on top of the fact that he'll come out with some news that then proves to be inaccurate, which is just an easy stick to beat him with. He gets himself tied up into all kind of knots on that. To be honest, you can have a go at someone for their opinion, but everyone's got an opinion, right? So I don't beat him with a stick over the star ratings. But what I do beat him with a stick over is if he's reporting stuff consistently that is incorrect. Because you get to a point where a lot of people have got to, and you'd be like, just stop. Just don't do that side anymore. You're not very good at it. Like, just stop. There's other sources now. Back in the day, Meltzer was like the source. There was a few others, but Meltzer was the key one. It's not, but that ain't the world now. We've got Fightful, we got WrestleVotes, we got that Dr. Chris, we got PWN, we got PW Insider. Like, there are now several sources that are trustworthy where news and information comes from. Like, Meltzer's voice is in that mix, but it's a very competitive mix, and he is drowning when it comes to that side of things. So I respect him for the historian that he is. I respect him for the work that he's done. I respect him for the fact that, you can go back and look at star ratings for WrestleMania 1, 2, 3, 4, SummerSlam 2000, flipping In Your House. Like, you want to see what his opinion was of, like, the history of WWE. You can pretty much find it because he's been active that long. And I respect that. And I respect, like, even his opinions. I don't care about comparing to AEW. Just look at the WWE stuff on its own. I can respect that as well, as long as it comes from an honest place, right? I mean, I don't like his score of Undertaker Shawn, for example, at 25. Like, I've got to be in my bonnet about that. But as I said, there ain't no one that's going to do a star rating that you wouldn't have a bee in your bonnet with, right? So I've got a bit of my bee in my bonnet on that. But really, other than that, I think a lot of it is tribalism. I think a lot of it is the cult of Cornette. I think if Jim Cornette was more on board with Dave like he was in the early days before AEW, I don't think you see this backlash. I don't think you see the backlash. And I think that that has played a big part as well. I think tribalism, I think the Cornette constantly sticking the knife in. I think the fact he keeps botching the news, it's just all come together in recent years. And I think, it's funny because if you actually go back before AEW, he was quite highly regarded. The Young Bucks had a move called the Meltzer Driver, which they named, I believe, in New Japan. And, Meltzer 5 stars was a big deal. I mean, if Meltzer gave, some at 5 stars, 6 stars, it was... I remember, I think he gave Omega Okada 6 stars. I think I did a video on it. You going back maybe 2017, 2018, something like that. I did a video on it because at the time it was everyone listened to what Meltzer was saying. Might not have agreed, but his was a voice that at least was listened to. And honestly, the fall off in recent years has been pretty drastic. So yeah, there's definitely sides I wish he would tweak and change and move away from. And the breaking news, rumor stuff is stuff which I don't think has helped him. But yeah, there's definitely some respect there. For someone that's dedicated their life to wrestling in the way you have, it'd be hard not to. But there's plenty of people that don't as well. Redfield Analysis said, I'd rather see Charlotte versus Rhea Part 3. It's pure box office. And for Tiffany, I'd love to see her defend against Io Sky, said Redfield Analysis. James said, Daze, an AEW wrestler called Bear Boulder has been fired by AEW because he was arrested in January for battery by strangulation. Only time I would show respect for Tony Khan. Really? I've never even heard of this guy. But he's got released by... Really? Well, I've not heard of him, and I'm pretty sure I won't be hearing of him, apart from this story. So, good. I'm glad he's gone if he's guilty of such things. That Breaker said Cornette has been part of the business and tied for over 40 years. His information is more valuable, although I don't necessarily agree with all of his opinions. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I think that Cornette deserves a lot of respect. And I think that it's unfortunate that he and Dave kind of came to a point where their relationship broke down, because you can find old Cornette episodes where Dave Meltzer is a guest on the show. And, we know that Cornette was a subscriber of The Observer for years and years and years and years and years. And really, it's AEW that soured that relationship, because Jim took a dislike to what they were doing, and Dave stood up for it. And so Jim was like, this guy's lost his mind. He's gone crazy. How can he say that this has got merit? And obviously, the more Jim dug into that position and the more Dave dug into his position, the heated this rivalry started to get. And obviously then there's comments and lots of water under the bridge now. But that has not helped Dave Meltzer's reputation. Certainly if, I think what it would do is, if you're someone that really respects Cornette, listens to Cornette on a regular basis, I think what it would do is it would at least make you go, have a little look over at Dave Meltzer, maybe in a different way than you were before. And then if Dave Meltzer's going to come out with wacky star ratings, or he's going to come out with news that is then later proven to be inaccurate, then all of a sudden it starts to give merit to what Jim was saying, right? So, but I do think it would be different if Jim had stood with Meltzer and said, well, I don't agree with him on the AEW situation, but, he's an old friend. Jim doesn't have that ability, seemingly. Jim, if you've got a different opinion to Jim, it does feel a bit like you're dead to him now. And it's just a bit of a shame, really, that kind of relationship broke down, because, I don't know, you'd like to think that they're flipping older and wiser than that. It's like two petty school kids, isn't it? It's just weird. It's just about that age. It's a bit weird. But, you know, it is what it is. And it ain't nothing to do with me. But I don't feel like I'm, like, easily led. I think I'm quite good at thinking for myself. And so I look at the situation and I see the own goals that Dave scores. And I just sort of feel a bit sorry for him, really. I'm just a bit like, I don't get the impression that he's trying to just make stuff up and that there's malice and all that sort of stuff. I just think he's got overtook. I just think he's trying to keep up. I just think that it's a much more competitive world now. And I think he's really struggled to adapt to this more competitive world. He's gone from being, I suppose you see it a lot, he's gone from being like a well-respected wrestling journalist to now being someone that is the butt of all jokes. You know, Dave Meltzer's name now is really struggling, and I can't really help but feel sorry for him. And, you know, I wish there would be a way he could maybe reinvent his image. And, you know, I think he has true value to the wrestling world. He knows too much. His pieces when someone passes away are fantastic. When someone passes away, the obituaries that he can write are so insightful. The knowledge he's got on wrestling is just incredible. I really feel like if Dave Meltzer was to stop doing the breaking news stuff and was to give the wrestling community wrestling stories that they maybe haven't heard before, like dig into the past, dig into the territories, talk about different topics that the wrestling community would actually find insightful and useful and informative. That, to me, is a much brighter future for Dave Meltzer. Still report on what you think about the shows and all of that. And if you really get some good info, something you think is like, yeah, I'm really believing this, then, you know, still do that side of things. But I'm not so keen on like the way that he argues on Twitter. And yeah, there's plenty of stuff I wish he would change. He is not faultless in this at all. But the original question was, is there a bit of sympathy there? Is there a bit of respect there? And my answer would be yes. Certainly compared to what I see a lot of people saying on social media. But we don't need to talk about that. We need to talk about this because Kevin Owens 2 minutes ago has sent in a video that says, never, what's this say? What are you saying, mate?
We've been through a lot, me and you, over the years, a lot. But I don't think we've ever been through anything like what happened on Saturday. You see these scars, these stitches, these scars I'm always going to have on my face. And the trauma that you can't see, but that I can feel to my neck and my spine. The pain I've been in all week and I'm still experiencing right now. And it's probably never going to go away completely. I'm going to have to live with that. And it's all your fault.
Sammy.
Because Sammy, you stood there and watched while Cody tried to end my career. Worse, you know, I think he was actually trying to end my... and you stood there and did nothing. And then later on, I watched the Royal Rumble match, and what do I see? But you rushing to the aid of Roman Reigns because someone's beating him up in the corner. But for me, you did nothing. You're a horrible friend. You're a disgusting human being. And I'll never forgive you. Never. But I am going to make you pay. You're going to pay.
Sammy slander like that will not be tolerated on this channel, right? That is unacceptable from Kevin Owens. Sammy going out, being by his sides, you know, and being there whilst they were both trying to end each other's career. Like, obviously, this is one-sided. This is not the both sides. This is not the full story. There was a match that was going on. There was officials that was out there. Kevin had the ability to end this match whenever he wanted to end this match. He absolutely could have walked away. He chose to battle on. He was trying to cause harm to Cody just as much as Cody was causing harm to Kevin. And what could Sammy do? I mean, Sammy, it probably would have been better for Sammy to have just not been out there at all, but he did go out because he was that concerned. And he was right there by Kevin's side as soon as the match ended. So, I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? If Sammy had stopped the match and prevented that final moment, then Kevin would be out here saying, you cost me my shot at the championship. Like, whichever way Sammy went, it's going to be a case of he's going to get the blame. So, there'll be plenty of people going, oh my God, Kevin's right. No. Kevin is making excuses. Justice for Sami Zayn. Justice for Sami Zayn. That's my thoughts. Sami Zayn is gonna mess you up. Sami Zayn is gonna mess you up. Sami Zayn is gonna mess you up so bad you'll think Canada is its own country rather than a 51st state. I can't really say that though because Sammy's also Canadian, so I'll just stick with Sammy's gonna mess you up. Sammy's gonna mess you up. Right. Oh, you watch now. Oh, he's right. He's right. Kevin's right. He should have stopped it. Poctadil, shout out to you. Oh, Poctadil, your comment just disappeared. I think, did you send it whilst that thing was on? Ah, here. Daze saw the X post. When it comes to the magic gimmicks, I think people remember Taker with rose-coloured glasses. Some of this show stuff was stale. Bray was genius. He struggled too. I think it's a big conversation. It's probably not one for now. I think that there is a grey area that The Undertaker operated in. And we can have conversations about certain moments where he may have ventured out of that grey area. But I've said many times, for me, as I was watching as a kid, I never believed that the character of The Undertaker had supernatural powers. I mean, in the early days is like getting power from the urn. But if you go back to what, 91, 92, 93, I mean, where are we getting Undertaker powers? I mean, if you go back to those early days, it's all to do with the urn and the power of the urn and the mystery that was the Undertaker. I feel like probably one of the first examples where there's something a bit unusual is probably 94 at the Rumble when Undertaker's soul goes up to heaven. But I've said before, even as a kid, I watched that, and you could see the ropes attached to the guy that's being lifted up to the ceiling. Like, and even as a kid, I don't even know who this was meant for. Never did I watch that and think that was his actual soul. I mean, it was so preposterous. It was so absolute batshit crazy. I don't know that anyone really looked... Maybe they did. I don't know. This is where I get into dangerous grounds because I say I don't think anyone did, and then people are like, well, I did. So, I can't really say that. All I can say is I did not. Even as a kid, I did not look at that and think, oh my God, his soul is going to heaven. In my mind, Undertaker was in the casket and there was someone that I was watching being raised up on a hoist. I mean, there was, in my mind, there was nothing supernatural about that. So rather than sit here and go through every moment in Undertaker's career and debate, was it grey area, did it go too far, whatever, I'll just agree there was times where it did go too far, okay? I think those times are few and far between. Maybe they get a little bit more as we get towards Ministry and like Undertaker coming back in the 2000s. There's, you know, moments. One that gets thrown at me is there's a reporter that gets kind of consumed and starts like talking to Randy Orton in Undertaker's voice, and he's back and he's just like talking away like that. And I've said, like, for me, if that reporter had his family's life threatened, like, I need you to pretend that you have been consumed. Otherwise, I'm going to come after you. I'm going to come after your family. What do you think that reporter is going to do? He's going to act as if he's been, you know, consumed. So I always find there's a relatively logical explanation to a lot of the stuff that Undertaker did. I felt The Fiend at times did cross that barrier, did go past that line. You know, like when he was set on fire and we would see that mannequin in the ring, like, melting. And you could actually see it starting to, like, cave in. And then, of course, like, he comes back, walks down some corridor, and he's just magically recovered. I mean, that to me was the Fiend character, like, kind of losing its way, to be honest. That was the Fiend character going too far and stepping out of that grey area. And I think the sweet spot is that grey area. I think that really is where the most creative work can be done, because that's kind of where we are in the real world. That sort of, what is that? What was that over there? Like, how did they do that? Like, when Undertaker lights would go off, come back on, and he is gone, you know? That's, I mean, of course he just goes under the ring. But, I mean, that's the kind of grey area stuff where, if you want to believe he vanished and had the ability to transport, you could. If you wanted to just believe that he'd just slipped under the ring because he had, you could. And, like, you know, I sort of feel like that grey area is an area that satisfies everybody. If you want Supernatural, you can believe it was. And if you don't like Supernatural, you can easily explain that it wasn't. And so for me, Triple H should be booking the Wyatt Six in that grey area. And he is not even going that far. I'm someone that's not a fan of supernatural stuff in WWE. And I, you know, do struggle when things go to those lengths. But I love being in that grey area, like Undertaker did throughout, I would argue, 99% of his career, right? Like I'd argue The Fiend did for 90% of his career. There was probably times where he went further, you know, 10% of the time, whatever. But there was a good chunk of time where a lot of what The Fiend was doing could be explained. And to be honest with you, I'd say the only reason that The Fiend even went that little bit further was because of the pandemic. The pandemic provided an opportunity where you could do stuff you couldn't normally do because you didn't have to film it all in one go. You could do video editing because there was no live crowds. So what we were shown on TV did not have to be just one continuous show. You could have cut to something that was recorded earlier in the day, and then you can manipulate that. Look at the greatest wrestling match ever. That was Edge against Randy Orton. And that thing was chopped like so many different ways. I mean, you can hear commentators talking, and you can see the commentator's desk and they're not talking, but you can hear them talking because they dropped commentary in afterwards. Apparently there was a few spots that they redid during that match so they could get different angles and better camera angles. So, like, even things that aren't supernatural at all, like the greatest wrestling match ever, which I think was Backlash, was it 2020? Edge against Orton. Even that, was it Backlash? Can't remember now. It was definitely 2020. Even that thing, which was just a normal match, was chopped up within an inch of its life. So I sort of look at like those things, and I always feel like to please the most people, it makes sense to go into that grey area, because if you want supernatural, you can have it. And if you don't want supernatural, you can explain it. But he won't even take them there. I mean, I'm not someone that likes supernatural, and even I think he's being too conservative. Even I think he's not going far enough. Even I'm sat here going, why is he so reluctant? Why is he not pushing this more? Why is he not like pushing them a little bit more in that that sort of direction. I mean, like, he seems to dislike it on a level that even I'm not at, he seems to really dislike it on a level where he just wants to present them as a group. He just wants to present them as people that are portraying these characters. And I don't think that's right, because I don't think that's the appetite. And listen, there's plenty of people out there that love supernatural stuff in wrestling, and they're not having that itch scratched. They're not getting that. They're not having that. They're not even getting anything close to that. So I'm campaigning for Triple H to go further than what he is at the moment. But, for me, there is a line, there is a point where you go too far, and that's me. For many others of people out there, they would argue there is no line, and that he can go as far as he wants to go. But he ain't doing it. He ain't doing anything. So we need to know what I mean? Like, I think at least push them a bit more. The hope was that now Alexa was back, we could really start to dig into that and explore it a bit more. But, well, now she's seemingly just going to have a match on SmackDown, a qualifier for an Elimination Chamber, which kind of heavily implies that she is not going to be doing, like, anything with them at the moment. Like, she's going to be recruited or whatever. Her being in the chamber is so un-Wyatt Six. We haven't seen the Wyatt Six trying to get into the Rumble. We haven't heard of the Wyatt Six getting into we could have had Loomis and Gacy being in qualifying matches for the chamber. We're not going to see that, though, because they're here to try and right wrongs. They're here to go after people that have caused injustice. So Alexa trying to go into the chamber is so un-Wyatt Six that it makes me think that even with Alexa back now, I'm not convinced that he's going to be digging in, like, into that supernatural stuff any further. So yeah, it's again a whole big conversation point. And with like 7 minutes to go until the start of SmackDown, it's one that unfortunately we can't really dig into. Ian said, give us QR codes for Alexa Wyatt Six. People love the QR codes, and understandably so. Rightfully so. They were so good. All that little darkness, worship, ritual, the bride being surrounded by candles, mythology, like therapists, therapy, alter egos, split personalities, all of that. Poof. Just gone. Just poof. Like the most captivating, interesting, thought-provoking, storyline-focused, revealing content was undeniably all in Nightbirds. And then it was followed up with some really good interviews. Those interview tapes I got some from. But what have we had since then? Where's it all gone? Where's it all gone? We don't need to talk about the frustrations with the Wyatt Six. That has been well documented, but we're just waiting to get up and running again. That's what we're waiting for. Obviously, with Alexa back, there's going to be a lot of hope that that time is now. But I don't know. After hearing she's going to be in the chamber, it makes me think, well, we're probably going to do a bit of a let's recruit Alexa type story, which is fine. But it just means that getting to answers is probably going to be even more delayed. How would we book Roxanne on the main roster, said Mackenzie. Steady, to be honest. I wouldn't go too crazy. I think it's so crowded. I mean, I feel like she's on a collision course with Bayley. I think that's fine. I would probably just keep focusing on that up until WrestleMania. I think she'll probably get booked similar to Lyra, who has been booked very well, actually, but not someone that's like there, like, all the time. But she got to the final of Queen of the Ring. I could see Roxanne getting to the final of Queen of the Ring. Lyra won the first ever. She's the first ever women's Intercontinental. I could see Roxanne in 12 months' time, if not a bit before, getting one of those mid-card belts. So, I don't think there's a rush. I'm not in a rush to get her to a world title. She's so young that, like, I would just get those that don't watch NXT used to who this girl is. Put on some great matches. Put her in some great feuds like the feud with Bayley, maybe do a good showing in Queen of the Ring, have her in Money in the Bank, but I wouldn't have her win it at this point. I just sort of feel like she now goes to being a small fish in a big, big, big pond. And it's going to take work to get her kind of, up to speed. But if you look at how they've moved with Tiffany and what they've done with Tiffany, if you look at how they've moved and the work they've done with Lyra, I can't see any reason as to why Roxanne won't be treated with that same level of respect. Some people might want more than that, but I'm honestly okay with it being around that level because I just don't see the rush. I don't think she needs to be like main event in WrestleMania and all this sort of stuff. Like, we know her from NXT, but there's plenty of people that watch the main roster that won't be aware of her. There's plenty of people that don't watch NXT. NXT on average was getting about 650,000 views. It's doing better now, but for the majority of last year, its views were about 650. It's probably around about 1,900,000 down on what the main roster gets. The attention that NXT gets is, considerably smaller than the main roster. So there'll be plenty of people that will need to be introduced to her first. Artbeat Deep Blaze said, love the new look, looking fresh, said Blaze. Shout out to you, buds. Cedric released, says Cowdub. Really? Oh, 2 minutes ago, Cedric released. Wow, that news looking like it just dropping. 8 minutes now. But just dropping here. Cedric Alexander has announced he is no longer with WWE. Unknown if it's a release or if his contract expired. Wow. I'll retweet that, Cal. Appreciate it. Here, look. Ian's tagged me in this as well. Thank you for the last 8.5 years. Wow. God, I can't help but think about that moment where he was in the Cruiserweight Classic and he had just lost, but the match was so good. The crowd were chanting, sign him, Triple H, something along those lines, sign him up, sign him up. I'm sure it was like sign him Triple H. I'm sure Triple H was mentioned because Triple H came walking out, held his hand up and went like this and went, I hear you, like this. Guy got signed and he was hot man at the start. And then, creative does what creative does and all the hype fizzled out and we are where we are. But, 8.5 years. Wow. Seems that he has been released and is on a 90-day deal, says Ian. Well, Ian, I'll put that in the folder. JTS, thank you. Right, we are getting to the start of the show. We got a minute to go. Camden, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, buds. Camden said Daze with Jey Uso potentially betting Gunther or beating Gunther at WrestleMania. Can we see WWE pulling the trigger on Jimmy winning the US title so that both Usos have singles gold at WrestleMania? I don't think that you'll put a mid-card belt on Jimmy before Mania. You could put a singles belt on him at Mania, but I don't. It seems like Jimmy and Shinsuke are going to be going up against each other. But to be honest with you, I don't find Jimmy to be all that captivating. He is someone which is meant to be the funnier one in the family, or the funny one in the family. Is meant to be someone which is definitely someone that we need to keep an eye on, of course. He is part of that family. He is an Uso, but he just feels so far behind where Jey is. He feels like a couple of years behind where Jey is. It feels, the music's not right. He's got no catchphrase, no hand gesture. It's just... his personality hasn't shone through. I don't know, man. We can put a mid-card belt on him, but I don't even know how excited people would be by that, to be perfectly truthful. I sort of feel like Jimmy is a real project that needs some work here. I mean, wasn't he in the ring the other week, last week or something? The crowd are yeeting. The crowd, they don't know what to do when Jimmy's around. They have to use Jay's catchphrase. So, and he can't use that. That's Jay's. There is some serious work that needs to be done when it comes to Jimmy. So, could he win the title? Sure. He could win the title. The mid-card belt. He could win it at WrestleMania. If we do get him against Shinsuke. But I honestly don't know kind of, where it goes from there. Or even if you do pull the trigger. It just feels like there's so much work that needs to be done there. Right. Let's go down into the chat. Hello. Jimmy should turn heel at some point, said Ellis Dub. This version of him is just simply not working. James said, Daze, I had a thought about Alexa. What if they did a VHS tape where Howdy says to her, how did it feel when your friend died, like they did with Bo, then show how she joins them or joined them? I really like that. I really like that because I want to see that. It's hard, isn't it? It's one of those where you would say, like, you'd have to talk to her about, do you think you'd be able to talk about this? And she might say no. She might say, I can't. And then, like, you're in a situation where, well, you can't do it. So it's one of those, she just might not be comfortable, but I would love to see it addressed. I would love to hear her say some lovely words and, like, how much she's going to miss him, how much she meant. Like, I think we all would love to hear that. But equally, I think we all would understand if she's not able to do that. Like, I'm not putting the pressure on her to do that. If she can't do it, she can't do it. It's fine, So, yeah, we'll have to see what they've got up their sleeve. I get the impression she's not with them at the moment. And I get the impression they're probably going to have to try and win her over. But I am literally basing that off the fact she's been put in a match. And it's not a promo. So I could be completely wrong. So we're going to have to wait and see. But yeah, James, good thoughts. But I'm going to end this poll. It's taken up quite a bit of chat space. And to be honest with you, look at it. Flipping, who wins? 94% say Alexa, 5% say Candice. So, yeah, it's quite clear which way people think this is heading. There's been an update in the Discord server. You can stream video games now on the Discord voice channel, said Sonny. Sonny, shout out to you. All right, looks like we're going to be starting with Jay Uso. And Jay Uso is going to be coming through the crowds. Jay gets another chance to cut a promo. Hit my music. Yeet. Okay, here we go then. Jay is coming down, and we've got the WWE logo in the middle of the ring, which is interesting. It really looks like a figure ring now. The old Hasbro ring used to be blue with a WWF logo in the middle. I don't remember us having this logo in the middle of the ring last week. We had it on Raw. But did we have a WWE logo in the middle of the ring with no sponsors last week? It's literally just the logo on its own. I've seen the WWE logo in the ring, but I can't remember if I saw it on SmackDown. And if I did, I can't remember if there was no other sponsors. Oh, hello. He's got some kid and he wants this kid to... look, there's a dude in a Yeet shirt right there that he could have chose. Instead, he chose some kid that's not even wearing Jey Uso merch. Look at that poor kid. He just missed out. It was in the row in front. Yeah, look, that kid's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Look how excited the kids are when Jay comes walking past. I mean, it really It's great visual, isn't it? All these kids that like get to yeet with Jay and get hand slaps from Jay, and like you can just see how much joy it brings to people. And that affection, that joy, it does spread. I have no issue with Jay winning. I know there's plenty that do. I really don't mind it. But, yeah, again, we are getting... There are plenty of people, though, that aren't doing the hand thing. But then there might be some people that are a bit too cool for school. The majority are very much doing the hand thing. Right. He is a company face like Cody. Big merch. Dream maker for kids. He is the face of the company, said Word of Wrestling. Hello, Word of Wrestling. Hope you're doing well. Daze, if you're in the US, it's on USA, said Vic. That is correct. Yes. Would have preferred Sammy, but I'm okay with Jay. Jamie, you and me. You and me, buds. I'm right with you. The Sammy fan club right here. I think it's just you and me, Jamie, to be honest. I think it's literally just you and me. Right. Jay making his way down to the ring. We're going to see if he's worked on his cardio. Entered at 20. He spent 37 minutes. McDiesel, shout out to you. Steven said, I can't wait for UFC tomorrow. Should be good. Lots of new faces. That's lots of new faces that are around. Still going, you know. If you're wondering what's happening. Still yeeting away. Yeet, yeet. This is the stuff, though, that, you know, the casuals see, and this is the kind of thing that people flicking channels will see. You could argue this is the kind of thing that we don't get, or I didn't see, from AEW. You know, I'm not trying to turn this into a WWE AEW thing. I'm just making the point that when it comes to building stars, this is critical. This is important. Even if it is blooming annoying if you watch the show every single time. Like, you know, every week. Okay, Jay, in the ring then. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's see if he's blown up. I don't think he's going to be as emotional as he was. I don't mind that WWE logo. I don't mind it. I am a boomer. I do, given the option, still wish it wasn't there. But I don't mind it, yeah. One more time. No, guys, didn't you see what happened on flipping Raw? Oh, my God. One more time. One more time. Oh, God, that's it. He's cooked. He's flipping cooked. He's going to be absolutely knackered. Okay, so one more time was being chanted. Jey Uso is in the ring, yeeting away. I'll tell you what, there can't be one more time at flipping WrestleMania. In your city. In your city. Hayden said, finally, it's over. Is he going to cry again, said Vic. I was about to cry if we were going to go again. Me and Daze, Man United fans, we don't know what cardio is. They never run. Got a victory today, James. Hey? Couldn't flipping believe it. Yeets. Yeets. Okay, this is better. This is better. You deserve it is the chance. Oh, guys, you're going to make him cry again. You deserve it. I'm here to pick a champion to main event at WrestleMania. So he said, it's only right for me to pull up on SmackDown and stand face to face. So help me welcome my dog, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. We go from one entrance to another. Okay, good job. This show's 3 hours. David said, look at the glasses eyes in the back of his head. Look at the glasses. He's got eyes in the back of his head. Oh, what? Because he put them on backwards. Listen, you need them in WWE. You need eyes in the back of your head in WWE. LS Dub said the yeet stuff from the crowd during the promos really handcuffs him on the mic. It makes it so that 90% of the time he can't talk from the heart. It has to be some produced line. Johnny said Jay will pick Oba or Nakamura. Yeah, Oba would be funny. Nightbird said the crowd needs to shut up. We don't have all night to sit around. It's only a 3-hour show. There's almost 15 minutes of nothing. He's picking Gunther, said Beast Modes. Flying Scott said, it's hilarious how out of touch the internet is with live crowds. That's always been the case, though, because the live crowd have that extra element of, we're here, I get to see them, they're right in front of me. You know, it's one thing to sit at home and, you know, oh, this sucks. But if you're actually there and they're right in front of you and you're kind of caught up in the atmosphere. Plus, I do think the truth is that the community is probably split 60-40, 70-30 in favour of Jay. But there is a very healthy group of people that were not keen on the way that, you know, that result went. I don't class myself as being in that group, honestly. I don't really class myself in either group. I'm sort of in the middle. I'm pleased for him, but yeah, I could have thought of like several people I'd have rather have won. But I'm pleased for him. I like him. I don't think this match is happening though, so I don't think we need to spend too long on this. But it'll be a fun little interaction. Cody has come down with an American Nightmare waistcoat on. So, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Main event. Jey Uso. Main event. Jey Uso. How big's that sign? My dream is to meet the American Nightmare. Cody then. Cody has come out in the ring. We got the WrestleMania sign in the background. Oos. You know why I'm here. I got 2 choices. Well, 3 if you include Oba. No, 3. That would mean a lot to me to be at WrestleMania. He should choose Cody. He'd be in the actual main event. Do I pick Gunther for the belt that doesn't mean as much and I open night 2? Or do I pick Cody, where I probably will close night 2?
And also, reminder, he's not beat Gunther in 3 tries. I would be leaning picking Cody. But he's a boomer, so he won't. He's got fluid on his elbow. My doctor's a nice guy, but he's not the WWE champion. Okay, so Cody said he's proud of Jay winning the Rumble. He's got fluid on his arm. I like his watch. Nice colour. Think about this. What will happen first? TNA wrestler wins the WWE title or a WWE NXT superstar winning a TNA Golds? Oh. WWE NXT winning TNA Golds? Easy, yeah. This arena is right off Beale Street. Yeet. Oh yeah, I forgot these two were tag champs together. I forgot that. That slipped my mind. If you choose me... What? If you... what's he on about? Jacob's coming out. I don't even understand what Cody meant. What did he mean? Let's have some fun here, because it would be the last time if you chose me. What? It would stop being his friend. What does that mean? What's Cody on about? Have we lost the ability to cut promos, or am I just missing something here? We could go out on Beale Streets, because if you choose me, it'll be the last time. What did that mean? Oh, what I do know is Jacob's making his way down to the ring. Where is Solo, said Lone Star Friend. Cody's being a bully, said Chris. Is that what it meant? If you choose me at WrestleMania, our friendship is done. Done. It's over. You're dead to me. Okay, so, shh. Yeah. Tamatonga, Jacob Fatu have interrupted. They're in the ring. Yeah. Oh, he's going to talk. Cody Rhodes. First off, Cody Rhodes. You took that title from my family. As of now. My family needs that title back. Jey Uso, Jacob and Jay. My cousin, Mr. Yeetman. Don't get this twisted. Oh, that's a good line. If there's someone to bring that title back to this family, it sure as hell wouldn't be your ass. That's a good line there by Jacob. Jacob back in the corner, charging over, collides into Cody. Cody goes down. Shots coming in there by Jacob. Yeah, we are exploring. Jacob messing up Cody, charging over. Super kick there by Jay. Cody going against the ropes, looking for the Cody cutter, gets it. And again, clothesline. Jacob to the outside. Tama on the outside to greet him. Love that line. Sure as hell wouldn't be your ass to bring this title back to our family. I do love that line. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're backstage with Bianca and Naomi. Okay, commercial break. I love Jacob said the Who review. Jay needs to work on the mic, said Jay Walker. Can't Jacob just get his title back with Title Max? Can't Jacob just get his title back with Title Max? I don't know what that means, Mitchell. Hannah said, Daze, where would Cedric go after this news? A lot of people might say AEW, but it might not be wise, as he would be underutilized with many talents like Elias who have signed. It's just not many options. I mean, you've got to, the real world is you need money. So as much as, you might want to go on the indie scene and kind of do a bit of a Matt Cardona, if the option is there from Tony to have a guaranteed contract and some money, I mean, you've got a responsibility to your family to make sure that you've got steady, good income coming in, and you just don't know when these opportunities are going to come along, do you? It's very, very difficult. You're having to balance what you think is right for your career with what is right for your family. And there's going to be many occasions where the two don't marry up, the two won't match, the two don't jive. I think he just has to do what's right for him, and I don't know what his situation is. If you're financially well off and you've been saving your money and you're all right for a while, maybe you could look to go to the indie scene and, kind of create a buzz, create a new character, do something along those lines. I mean, not everyone that gets released is going to be snapped up by AEW. It might not even be an option. It might not even be a choice he has to make. I don't think he would do New Japan because, I mean, that means going to Japan and being in Japan, and that, I don't know what his family situation is like, so I don't know. It's hard to know. I mean, it's impossible to say without knowing what offers are on the table, what's available to him, what his situation is like, and so on, so on, so on. So only time is going to tell us that one. No one is talking about what Cody said at the end, and it makes me really think that I just misheard or whatever. I really did not understand Cody's point at the end of the promo before Jacob came out, talking about it would be the last time. I'm guessing he means it would be the last time for a short period of time. Like, it would be the last time that we would go out and have a good time if you pick me. But he doesn't mean forever, unless I've just completely misunderstood it. But then Jacob came out and all of our attention flipping changed over to what Jacob was saying. Brony said Jay beats Gunther for the title. Jacob gets drafted to Raw later in the year. Maybe after the draft, Jay has a solid 6-8 run with the title, month run. Jacob could dethrone him. Ben reckons Cedric could go to TNA. Erin said have him join the Hurt Business in AEW. Lucas said USA is not working. What, USA Network? Really? Mr. Unfamiliar said, imagine if they give Cedric the push they gave Jay. Someone actually talented would have crushed that role. there's a lot that goes into it, though. I mean, I do think Jay has got a very bubbly personality. You can imagine Jay, like, in the club, like, you know, having a good time. Like, I kind of feel like he's quite an extrovert. I kind of feel like he's a chatty, hey, how you doing sort of guy. I get that sort of vibe. Cedric, I feel, is a bit more introvert. I've never found him to be this, like, big, charismatic personality. It's hard for Jay because Jay is an excellent tag wrestler. His singles work hasn't been at that level. His promos without his brother have been a little bit off as well. I don't think that's unfair to say. But I think he's got the most important thing, which is that aura, which is obviously greatly helped with the yeet and the presentation and the hand gesture and everything. But I think you've got to have that kind of, right, you know, every man, you know, the way that he, like, play my music and the way he'll come out and, like, you know, interacting with the crowd. Like, you've got to be big and extroverted to be doing this role, the position they're putting him in. And the kids love him for it. I think there's a lot that would actually struggle in Jay's position that I don't think would have that sort of true connection with the fans. That's how it feels. A true connection with the fans. Bianca and Naomi against... Is it Bianca and Naomi? I think so. Piper and... I wish Piper's ring gear was... No, is it just Bianca and Piper, is it? I don't even know what I'm watching. I wish Piper's ring gear was like Secret Harvest inspired. It's just their same ring gear, which was mid anyway. So this is going to be Bianca against Piper in a qualifying match for the Chamber. Looking for the KOD, but no joy tonight. Right. Daze, Cody looked very similar to Dutch from RDR2, who, of course, descended into madness. I don't know. Is that Red Dead Redemption? Loving the hints at a heel turn, said Smithy Boy. Retro said Bianca may lose this. They need those tag titles to be defended. Liam said, Daze, how are you? How is the community? I think people are doing well. I think it would be disappointing if they don't put the title on Jay after all of this. If he goes up against Gunther and he's lost 3-0 already, I think it would be surprising if they didn't put the title on him after this. David said, Jimmy destined to remain a Marty Jannetty. Richard Barnes, shout out to you, my friends. And yeah, Defcon said, does a TNA wrestler win the WWE title or a WWE NXT star winning TNA gold? I feel like they're two different levels. You're talking about a TNA wrestler winning the top title in WWE. Do you mean any WWE title, or do you mean the WWE title? Because if we're talking about the WWE title, I mean, there just ain't no way. There just ain't no way. I've got to think it's probably any WWE title. And yeah, that could go either way, couldn't it? I mean, we're getting tag titles being defended on Impacts. We're getting TNA talent already challenging for NXT titles. I would imagine Cora will challenge Masha Slamovich. So I'd imagine that we will get something the other way as well. So there's no way of knowing. Both sides are competing for each other's titles already. David said, is Katie Vick Alexa's mommy? I don't think we will ever talk about Katie Vick ever again. That is very much done. Mike Hansen, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. I believe we're at commercial break, but on Netflix we are sticking with the action. I can tell you it's a little bit slow. We got Bianca in the ring. Piper just going for a cover. Nothing coming of it. Bianca getting her shoulder up. Half an hour into the show already. Obviously quite a big opening segment, which is... oh, hello, what was that there? Chelsea was just reacting to someone in the crowd. Chelsea was like doing this. Camera caught her and she just kind of... I don't even know what that was. Just briefly, camera cut to her and she was like, to someone in the crowds, maybe posing for a picture. That would make sense. If someone had took a picture and she was like this, and then the camera cut to her and she just very quickly snapped out of it. Chelsea again applauding Piper on the outside of the ring. That'll be a fun little, if anyone's... Metal Mama normally gets those types of moments. Brandy said, Daze, I want to know the thoughts on the build for 40. How amazing do we think the build for 41 will be like? Yeah, I thought the build for 40 was obviously unexpected because we didn't expect The Rock to try and insert himself in it. I think that added to the build because it actually added some very real peril. It actually added some very real drama. Piper face first into the corner. Yeah, added some very real drama. We weren't expecting The Rock to come in and try and hijack the flipping thing. So then, of course, it led to the whole We Want Cody movement, which just really took that whole thing to a whole different level. Then you've got The Rock peeved off that he's kind of being forced to step aside. And it just made the whole thing even better in my eyes. So love that. Build for WrestleMania 41. I mean, we're just starting it, really. They say that the Royal Rumble, which was only last Sunday, is the beginning of the road to WrestleMania. So, you know, I feel like we're only just starting it, really. But because the big thing, or there's two big things, is going to be Punk, Roman, and Seth. And obviously we haven't done much with that yet. I would like to see those three doing segments like we did with Becky, Ronda, and Charlotte. Do you remember, like, they were getting arrested, fighting in the loading bay area? All that sort of stuff. I'd like to see some stuff with those three, rather than just promos. You know, let's have someone going around someone's house. Let's you know, break outside the box a little bit. And I don't know how you build Cody Cena. I mean, I can't imagine there's going to be much heat there, to be honest. That one is the build for that compared to last year. How are you going to make Cena Cody exciting? Cena's just going to be like, may the best man win, and Cody will be like, yep, it's an honor. Lovely. See you at WrestleMania. Well, that's exciting compared to last year, isn't it? I've always respected you, John. May the best man win. Great. Boom. Big sent on there by Piper. I'm guessing we are back to the show because all of a sudden this has started to heat up a little bit more now. 1, 2. Kick out there by Piper. Bianca just sort of threw herself back to the corner. Bianca in the corner. Piper back over the other sides. Piper, boom, collides into Bianca. Why do we think the partnership with TNA is only with NXT? Why do you think they're not doing it main roster? Some of the matches would have been great. They're not big enough. No disrespect to TNA. Their viewership's about 100,000 people. Even if it was 200,000 people, the gap between the main roster and TNA is monumental. You're seeing the reactions that Motor City Machine Guns are getting. People just don't know the talent there. I mean, listen, if it's like Matt Hardy, Jeff Hardy, that's different. And there's a chance we could see them show up at the main roster, but people aren't freaking out because they're TNA talents. They're freaking out because they're WWE legends. So the truth of the matter is the distance between TNA and WWE's main roster is so great, is so wide when it comes to viewership, not quality, viewership, that it makes a bit more sense to pitch it at the NXT level where it's a little closer And I think if you're someone that watches WWE's developmental, you're probably a hardcore fan. You're probably someone that stands a good chance of watching TNA, MLW, AEW. Like, you probably like your wrestling, yeah? Look at this. She's got Piper on her shoulders. Bianca, middle of the ring. She's had her up for a while. That was so impressive. She actually managed to grab her from the corner, carry her to the middle. But not only that, she stood there for a while and then hit a monstrous KOD. Huge KOD. We've seen Bianca hitting KODs on Piper before, but I don't know that she's ever actually held her for that length of time. Like, that was seriously impressive. That was seriously impressive. And she is now qualified for the Women's Elimination Chamber. So far, it's just her and Liv, but that was sick. Okay, here's Carmelo. We're backstage with Nick Aldis. Good end. Match was so-so. It was okay. Are you going to give me a bye like you did with Cena? Oh, yeah. Is this going to be Drew? Because we know that Drew has just signed. Akira? Perfect. This will be a huge opportunity for me. We're going to see an air ball. We'll see it in the ring. Okay. Akira against Carmelo. DIY are coming out. Air ball. Nothing but air. Okay, DIY making their way out. Looks like promo segment, maybe? Possibly? Maybe? Possibly? They're not in wrestling attire. Airball! Got that in my head now. Wrestle Andy, hello! Have you ever seen Factors Hour? I don't think I have seen Factors Hour. Is that like Baby Yoda? Is that like this generation's Baby Yoda, Factors Hour? I hope so. Does that mean Alpha Academy are on SmackDown? Well, I don't know, because he's all by himself. He's all by his lonesome. They're making Mello a jobber. That eyed ashamed, said Mark. Yeah, if he loses to Tozawa... if he loses to Tozawa, there's not really a way of spinning it that this is okay, is there? Are we okay with that happening? I just don't know. Days, remember Ricochet facing Brock Lesnar at Super Showdown. People reacted on that match. Did you enjoy that match? Honestly, I don't really remember it. So, no. It was not a match that has made any impression on me. But then saying that, Ricochet didn't make much of an impression on me. I always wanted him to embrace his Prince Puma Lucha Underground gimmick. And I know that you might not be able to do that because of copyright, whatever. But I felt like that at least was a direction we could have gone in. I really feel like, why can we not have... I don't really understand what's wrong with... If you had Ricochet as Prince Puma, okay? And he's wearing his mask. And you do vignettes where, you know, we go to visit him in the forest. And we get to see that he is part of a group of people that live off the grid or something, whatever, right? And he is seen as being their savior. He is their leader. Not in a cult way. Not in a Wyatt kind of weird way. but in a way where it's more tradition. It's generations, you know? And that this is a character, and there's a weight of responsibility on him to that community, and that's a world that could maybe be fleshed out. You could see like someone that hates Prince Puma going to that community and hurting people. And you could imagine those vignettes where he has to go and, you know, he gets back and sees, you know, people have been hurt, the village has been burnt, whatever it might be. To me, we never dug into who he was. Who was Ricochet? Who was he? What did he stand for? What was he fighting for? What was his character? Who was he? Why did I need to care? You know, with Cody, we know about his backstory with Dusty. And we know about, like, finishing the story and all of that sort of stuff. But who was Ricochet? He could do this amazing stuff in the ring. Where was he trained? How did he learn to do this? What's his backstory? Who is he? I never found that out. We never found that out. He was just a guy who could do some really impressive flips. And I'm not even saying that, like, the Prince Puma character or him having a community that he represented, in a way, it's a little Street Fighter. That's what kind of where I'm coming from. I'm thinking Street Fighter. I'm thinking, you know, Blanca, you know, those kind of things. You know, Prince Puma would be a character that represented some people. And, you know, maybe he's in a position where he is like the leader of those people and they all look up to him and he provides for them and he's a good person. I think there could be just so much that we could have explored there that would have been interesting, with very interesting imagery. And there was just none of that. Absolutely none of it. So I just don't care for Ricochet. There was nothing to hang your hat on, to be honest, apart from some very impressive in-ring stuff, which I think just grew stale, and people were just like, yeah, but people want substance. They want something more meaningful. They want something they can get their teeth into. Doing a flip in a ring is good, is a short-term, wow, and then it's gone. Then that's it. You move on. People want something deeper than that. And they never found a way of bringing that out of him, you know. Right, just a little advert for LFG. We're back in the ring with DIY. Big smiles on their faces. They, of course, were helped massively by the Street Profits at the Rumble. WWE never wrote well for Ricochet. They didn't give him a chance, a build. He won that speed event, but there's just too many gaps in the storyline, said Final Boomer. Okay, DIY getting booed. We are the best tag team in the world. The what? The what? The BITTIEW? The chances of the Motor City Machine Guns ever holding these titles again are officially dead. Give it a week. Jesus. Yeah, they're like, stand up. Some boomers are actually standing up for what the heels want. Take your hats off, stand up. Yes, boy! Edward said, Daze, quick question. I love Cena and Cody. Who do we think I will side on at WrestleMania? I don't know. You have to choose that, buds. You have to choose. Pretty Deadly have come out. Yes, boy! Tommaso said there was a moment of silence. It was important you respected the moment of silence. And they just did not. They did not respect it. Okay, Nick Aldis has come out. I'm going to give you the chance to earn a title shot. Pretty Deadly against DIY in a match for a title shot if they win. And that match is now. Well, there we go. They weren't even ready. That is quite unprofessional, actually. They're just in the ring in their jeans and whatever, and Nick Aldis is like, you're going to have a match now. That is actually very unprofessional. Days, 3 more predictions for this year. Right, Pretty Deadly making their way to the ring. Omega sees the light and has a falling out with Khan and thinks about WWE. Penta defeats Mysterio in an hour. Tommy Toy travels, goes to Hollywood and gets a new gimmick. McDiesel said characters who have been around for a long time have no substance. It feels like an indie party, said McDiesel. DIY in their street clothes. They can't wrestle wearing them, said Hayden. Hello, Hayden. Hope you're doing well, buds. James said, yay, a match we don't give a shiz about. Welcome to Smackdown. I feel like this is what we've been getting served. Okay, Pretty Deadly DIY. This is our match that we're going to be getting on SmackDown right now. NXT Tag Champs was a funny line flub. Love seeing DIY get live promo time, said Wrestle Night. Opula's Travel said, Daze, how are you? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. We are underway with DIY against Pretty Deadly. That has started, and these guys are wrestling in their jeans and boots. So, I mean, it wasn't their fault. It was Street Profits that interfered. I feel like DIY are being punished for something that they didn't really do wrong. How do we think Indy Hartwell will do in TNA if she signs? Do we think WWE misused her, said Drew? I think, do you know what? I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't think Indy quite cracked it. I think that she was down in NXT and she didn't quite ever make it to the top. Listen, I know what people are going to say, right? I feel like they wanted to bring her up because of Dexter. And I feel like they wanted to find a way of bringing her up, but they needed to just find a way of having her like get that title. I think even WWE felt like she still, even though she'd been in NXT for so long, she still hadn't quite reached the pinnacle of NXT. Like, we were going to call her up without her really ever reaching that pinnacle. So she does win the Women's NXT Championship, but she wins it in a ladder match. And thanks to Dexter showing up, putting her on her shoulders and climbing up the ladder and helping her retrieve it. Her run is not that long. It's not that memorable. And it felt a bit rushed, as if like, okay, we're going to call up Indy soon. Let's put the belt on her. Like, really, like that. It's not like she'd been having loads of title matches and having killer matches. It sort of felt like it never quite clicked. Loved her in the way, That was absolutely her best work. Her doing the comedy stuff in the way, brilliant. But we never quite managed to get that to translate to wins and momentum, and it translated to affection. The crowd loved her, but she got to the title, but it felt very, oh, we better do this because she's going to get called up soon. That's how that title reign felt. Then she did get called up, and what did we do with her? We didn't really do anything with her. I would say the mistake happened in NXT with us not really getting her to embrace the comedy stuff. I think that we could have presented her as a bit Billy Kay-ish. I think we could have presented her as a bit comedy. And I think there's probably a need for that because she was doing that, I want to say, before Chelsea came back. Like, there's always a need for, humor in wrestling. And being funny in wrestling doesn't mean you're just going to be lost in the mid-cards or whatever, or you're not going to get anywhere. I mean, Chelsea's killing it. And she's, one of the funniest people in WWE. So I don't think we quite worked it out in NXT. I think she then got called up, was underutilized. She was just in a tag team with Candice, and they never really did anything apart from, end up bullying Maxine Dupree. And then I think because they didn't have anything for her, she ends up getting released. And that was that. So did they misuse her? Yeah, I'd say definitely. How much she has to look in the mirror and think, did I maximize my opportunity? Only she can answer. She might be able to turn around and be like, I did everything I could. Every feedback I was given, I addressed. I was putting ideas forward. No one wanted to listen. Like, I genuinely don't know what, how she looks back on it. It'd be quite interesting, actually. Does she look at it and think there's more she could have done, or there's different things she could have done? Obviously, in hindsight, it's very easy to say yes, but I don't know. How did she feel at the time? I do wonder that, do the wrestlers fall into a bit of a false sense of security, do you think? Do you think the wrestlers just fall into a bit of a, I'm all right, I'm in a good spot, I'm on the main roster, they ain't going to get rid of me? Do you think that sneaks in? Do you think like that happened with Baron Corbin? Do you think that happened a little bit with Indy Hartwell? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it was quite right. I don't think the presentation of her was quite right. But there we go. Pretty Deadly have picked up the win. But how much was WWE fault? How much could she have changed? It's the big debate, isn't it? Right, Pretty Deadly have picked up the victory there. They grabbed a hold of the ropes. I do find it so hard to know when we're at commercial break and when we're back from commercial break. I honestly thought we were still at commercial break there. But cheating has allowed Pretty Deadly to get the win, and they'll be challenging for the titles next week. Okay, still to come. Alexa. From out of action to back to business. LA Knight, Drew McIntyre, Jimmy Uso. That's qualifying match is going to be next. Okay, so LA Knight, Drew, Jimmy, that qualifying match is going to be next, and we are at commercial break, and they have actually added to this commercial break, this kind of footage of superstars in slight slow-mo. They've actually added Elimination Chamber, Saturday, March 1st on Netflix. So they have added a little advert for Elimination Chamber. I still think they should be advertising WWE Shop and whatnot. I mean, they can put whatever they want here, really. Okay. Did you see the new figures, said Wrestle with Andy? I saw some of them. I don't think I've seen all of them. Has there been any new WWE Superstar figures? Because I'm waiting for them. That Walmart line. I like that Walmart line. A lot of people are excited about that John Cena that's see-through. It's been shown ages ago. These are just the kind of final production images of it. But seemingly a lot of people I don't think saw that figure. I mean, I can show it for those that haven't seen it. It's fun. I don't know. You've got to be a pretty big Cena fan to buy it, though. So it's Cena. I like the box. It's good with the invisible John Cena. You can't see me. The figure's all see-through. Again, the back of the box is good in it. And there's the figure. Meant to be transparent. It's a fun one. It's definitely a fun one. If there's going to be a list of fun action figures that Mattel have made, this will be one of them. They actually made a figure like this before. It was in the Ghostbusters line, and it was Undertaker, and it was exactly like this, but just purple, like a deep purple. He was playing like the spirit that the Ghostbusters were trying to capture. Packaging is very fun, though. Very fun. Travis, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to get to your comment in a second. I just want to have a look and see if there's any of those WWE Superstars figures, because those are the ones that's the greatest hits series. There's that John Cena, Lyra, some Rey Mysterio, Roman, dress-up pack, some Ultimate Edition, and then this is like AEW. Yeah, no. Ugh, that's bad news. That's bad news. Loads of figures being announced, but no WWE Superstars like that Walmart line. There is a real concern that it might be dead. It might be done. It might be over. Which is a shame, because I just started picking them up, and now if they're going to wrap that line up, it's like, God damn it. Good account, this. I do like that account. Right. Boom. Travis, shout out to you, my friends. Travis said, what if Alexa's character is in denial at Bray and The Fiend's death and thinks that he's not really gone, and she thinks that she can bring him back like before? When she can't, she spirals, and that's how she goes into the Wyatt storyline. Bo has to make her face it, said Travis. Travis, shout out to you, buds. We're going to stew on that one for a second, because we are backstage with The Miz. He is trying to get friends here with Andrade. I've learned how to beat you. Okay, here's Cody. Oh, Cody and The Miz is be pretty fun. Can you believe this young crop of talent? We're old school. I will always have your back. Who's in the background? Oh, it's Shinsuke. Shinsuke is in the background again. Shinsuke in the background again is interesting. It's Jay's story now. We know what that championship does to friendships. Look at Kevin Owens. Yeah, there's Shinsuke, look, in the background. Lurking like a little lurker. So, Travis, shout out to you, buds. I suppose the stumbling block would be that she came back with the jacket that said Fiend forever, Friends forever, the 6 in the eye of Lily. Like, I suppose you could spin that's not an acceptance that he's gone. But I don't know. It definitely felt like a little tribute. It definitely felt like an acknowledgement that things have changed, that he has gone, and we are in now a post-Bray Wyatt world. It might be a little tricky to tell a story where she's not accepting it. But honestly, I mean, I just don't even know if we're going to hear from her tonight. I don't even know if we're going to get any answers tonight. She will go to the Wyatt 6. I don't doubt that. But the question is, how does she go to the Wyatt 6? I don't doubt she goes to the Wyatt 6 because I think that, like, you know, the URL suggested it. The flipping Eye of Lily suggests it. Clearly, she's come back seemingly normal. Seemingly normal. I'm not getting any kind of crazy Alexa looks. You know, she's not kind of doing anything weird. She was interacting with the fans. She wasn't, like, going into any sort of trance. She didn't, like, disappear during the match, or, like, there was nothing I saw that suggested that she was doing anything other than just being Alexa Bliss, the person. I think she will end up going into the Wyatt 6, but I don't know how we get there. I mean, I think what they'll do is they'll make their presence felt during her match and matches. And it might only just be slight at the start. Little interference on the barricade type stuff, you know? Little flicker. And I'm sure then we'll start getting Howdy showing up, Nikki showing up. And I could see it being something that just grows over time. But I'm going to go back to what I said at the start, and that is that even if she's not in the Wyatt 6 now, it still doesn't explain why she's not doing a promo tonight to explain where she's been. And not doing a promo to explain why Lily is back. And what the future holds and what she's trying to achieve and her relationship with the Wyatt 6. And it's, you know, even if she's not in the group, it doesn't explain why we're not doing that tonight. Listen, we could still end up with a promo of some description. But as I said before, I'm not expecting it to be the size of what I was hoping for. So, yeah, Travis, interesting points. Lots to chew over there and think about. Is it going to be a case she comes back and struggles to accept that Bray has gone? How does she get into the Wyatt 6 group? When does she get into the Wyatt 6 group? Definitely a lot to chew over. Michael said, do we think that Sammy and against Owens will take place at Elimination Chamber? Well, do you know what? We actually did a chat. I think it was after the Rumble. And I liked what people were saying. That, yes, it's in Canada. So the Canadian against the Canadian in Canada does make a lot of sense. And they could both go on to different things at WrestleMania after. Kevin could have Orton. Sammy could have Carrion. Right, we've got Drew in the ring. Let's see what Drew's got to say. I slept in my own bed, full of rage. I had an epiphany the next day. Why are you so angry? This is good from Drew. Raw is toxic. I was a product of my environment. That bald idiot Adam Pearce had no idea what he was doing. I've known Nick since we were teenagers. No more BS. I want you on SmackDown. You can be Drew 100%. I'm here for you, Cody. I'm here for the WWE Championship. Here's Jimmy. Big Jim. Big Jim is making his way out. It ain't the same reaction, is it? You sound like an ex-girlfriend. You lost. I'm here to earn mine tonight. I'm a different man, said Drew. So he's just having a go at him about, well, have a troll job, really. Maybe you'd be where he is now if you just said yeet first. This is Big Jim. If I want to say yeet, I can say yeet. Do you know what? Bit of energy here from Big Jim. Yeah? Jay clocked his. If you want to go to WrestleMania, brother. Brother. Hogan's in there. Flipping Hogan's arrived. They're giving Jim time on the microphone to show his personality. Big Jim said he's going to WrestleMania. Jimmy ain't wrong, though. He's speaking facts. Love Jimmy Uso, said Prince Bowie. Big Jim is better at promos than Jay, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Lovely energy to his promo. Just really, like, always had something to say. Had a bit of energy to it, bit of bounce to it. LA Knight said, I ain't got no love for you. I ain't going to complain about it. Yeah. What's happening? What's this? What's this? It's okay to cry, says LA Knight. Ah, there it is. It's okay to cry. But there is a line. There's 3 certainties in this line. Death, taxes, and Drew McIntyre crying like a baby. There it was. There it was. Flipping hell. That was a walk. We're talking about me giving you something to really cry about. So they're giving him all little promo time. Big Jim's putting on weight, said Jeremy. Well, Bloodline have been doing well, eating goods. Tell you what, it's been a lot of cooking going on with that family, so I'm not surprised they're eating goods. Mackenzie said WWE should start pushing more women for the mid-cards. Oh, they will now those titles are here. They got those new titles. I mean, they haven't really been up and running with those belts very long, so... yeah, all 3 of these guys getting into the ring. All 3 actually having some good promo moments there. The LA Knight one really took me down a road. I was like, where are we flipping going here? But that was kind of clever, actually. He could have got in a bit of trouble there if he had just come out and had a pop at Drew for crying. Because people would have been like, you know, in this world we live in. It's, oh, hello. Drew just took his kilt off. Kicks that out the ring. He just literally pulled it down, stood there and put his arms out and everyone cheered. Ta-da! I think there's a couple of fun moments that happened during the commercial break. Drew stripping is maybe not one of them, but there we go. These aren't bad promos. They just don't feel like much except taking up time because they're at 3 hours. I think it's just a bit of fun, isn't it, to just kind of build a bit of heat for this match. I agree. It doesn't really have much in the way of long term. But, you know, it just adds a little bit of... spice to this triple threat. Let's get rid of this poll, shall we? Because we do run the risk of people thinking this is the poll for this match. Yeah, the in-ringers not massively delivered tonight. Our first match was good 95%. Pretty deadly DIY, just getting an absolutely abysmal good 88%. Well below where we need these matches to be score-wise. Not your fault, WWE. So we are underway then with this triple threat. And there's definitely potential here for this to be something good, something interesting. Right, Daze, remember how the Tea Party, we was all buddy-buddy. What say you, US, Canada, Greenland, form 54-state union known as the Nexus 3, said Poxadil. I am going to refrain from commenting because politics is not something that people want us to venture into. WrestleRank said, great segments. WWE needs to make the women's mid titles relevant and fast because both women have done nothing at all with them. Lisa said, let's go, Jimmy. Okay, I think we're coming back from commercial break now. Boom. Will said, this match isn't fair. BB Yipsy said, Days, rumour is that when Solo comes back, he will kick Jacob out and have Hikuleo replace him as his enforcer. I know he is big, but I think Zilla would have been a better choice. Hikuleo's rumoured to be going to NXT first, isn't he? I keep waiting for him to show up. Some people thought he might have been in that new group, but yeah, nothing, to be honest. Word on the street is that they are all accounted for. We kind of know who they all are. Plus, I don't think there was anyone there that was like 6'8" in that lineup, but people are waiting to see him. But no idea where he's going to rock up. But NXT is the rumor. Lovely kick there by Big Jim. Drew knocks him down. Stomp coming in there by Drew. Hikuleo won't be in NXT if Jacob needs an enforcer, said Opulus Travels. Well, maybe. I mean, again, can only go off what the latest rumors were. I've not seen anything saying that he's going to go to the main roster. So if that does happen, then it's it'll be us doing a little bit of off-roading again, which absolutely can happen. We know that the dirt sheets are far from always correct, but I've seen absolutely nothing about Hikuleo going to the main roster. Chops coming in there by Big Jim. A lot of wrestlers live in Nashville because Tennessee had no state income tax like Florida and Texas, says Mr. Cardinal. You could hear and see LA Knight say again and shake his hand, says Will. What was the actual day John Cena won a wrestling match? He said it was over 2,000 days ago. Don't know, but I mean, that is flipping, 8 years? Well, not that long. How long's that? 7 years-ish? Something like that. It's a long time ago. So you're definitely going before the pandemic. Oh, lovely throw there by Drew. Rivy said, hope everything is well. Rivy, shout out to you, buds. Crowd's a little bit quiet here. Crowd is sleeping, said Gabe. Yeah, I agree. The crowds are sleeping. Opulus Travel said, out of curiosity, do you hate DIY? No. I feel you never care about the matches. I feel like they get a lot of hate from everyone, but put on good matches each and every time. Well, I have to disagree with that because the scores that they've been getting in their feud with Motor City Machine Guns, the score they got tonight against Pretty Deadly, like consistently they're not getting good scores. They're not having good matches according to the community. And I like Johnny and I like Tommaso, but I have not been enjoying their recent feuds. It's hard to get excited about them against Pretty Deadly. Pretty Deadly are Pretty Deadly are a mess because, I mean, in my eyes, they're heels and DIY are heels. And I know that people will say that Pretty Deadly are faces and whatever, but I mean, that to me just has not really shown itself. I just sort of feel like if you had DIY as heels in a feud with like a real red hot baby face that, you know, the team that we know and love, I could get on board with that. But no, I just think what they've been doing with them has been off, to be honest, in recent times. They're trying to get this tag division going, aren't they? But there just ain't loads of compelling teams. I mean, Street Profits have come back. They look like they're going to be heels, unless they're just going to be badass baby faces, which could be fun. That could be fun. Kick coming in. I would not hate Fraxium getting called up, you know. Fraxium are pretty much everyone's tag team of 2024. Like, tag-wise, they are very, very impressive. I would not hate them getting called up. I think, Triple H wanted Lucha Bros, didn't he? As well. I don't know if he was going to have Motor City and Lucha Bros, or if, we ended up putting Motor City on the main roster because we didn't get Lucha Bros. But we know Lucha Bros were going to be a thing and in the tag division. So, no, I don't have any issue with DIY. I just don't think what they've been doing recently has been anywhere near what they were doing, or as captivating as NXT. For example, Royal Rumble, Meltzer had his star ratings come out, and he scored Motor City DIY 3.25 stars. Which, I mean, do you know what I mean? It's not setting the world on fire. Sleazeboy said, prediction, Jay is going to go after the Undisputed title, but Jimmy is going to win it at Elimination Chamber. And for WrestleMania, it'll be Jay versus Jimmy 2. Superkick Mania, said Sleazeboy. Over in the corner, we got Drew in the corner. Boom! 1. Shoulder up there by Drew. Shoulder up. Jimmy coming over. Kick coming in there by LA Knights. So you think Jimmy is going to qualify. He'll win Elimination Chamber. And, I mean, you can't get Jimmy J because they'll both be challengers. So, they're both going to... If he did win the Chamber, he would be able to go up against a champion. And Jay's going up against a champion. So unless they both choose the same champ and we get a triple threat, there's not really a way of doing Jimmy versus Jay at WrestleMania. Another kick coming in there. Plus also, I really don't think there's much of an appetite for that match again. I'm not sure there's too many campaigns doing the rounds to see that match. Chop coming in there by Jimmy. Another one as well. Looks like No Way Out by Poppy is going to be the Elimination Chamber theme. Right now we got Big Jim down. And shoulder up there by Big Jim. Again, very quiet. Don't know if we're at commercial break. LA Knight through the ropes to the outsides. Valetherial. Shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. I think we might be back now. That a chop comes in there by Drew. Shot coming in there by Drew. There's a team I hate, said Opulus Travels. Fraxium, or however you spell their name. Oh, you're not a fan of Fraxium? Oof. Yeah, they picked up loads of awards last year for their work. I think they, I think they've been doing some really good stuff. What I like about them is fast-paced, great action, but it's hard-hitting stuff as well. Like, they lay it in and it looks good. I'm surprised you don't like them, actually. They remind me a lot of, the classic teams that I suppose they're a bit more gymnastic, but I could see them fitting in with Revival, DIY, some of the great team, American Alpha. I could see them fitting in with some of those great teams of the past. I could see Fraxium against Blake and Murphy. Big spot there as Drew hit like a German suplex on LA Knight, who hit a superplex on Big Jim. So a big triple man spot in the corner. That's woke the crowd up. Crowd are now back into this. Crowd are chanting. It's really weird. It's so strange that this crowd can sit on their hands and not say a word, and then they do one spot and we get a "This is awesome" chant. Chops coming back by LA Knight and Drew, exchanging them back and forth. Look, oh, no, duck underneath, kick to the midsection. DDT! Oh my God, he planted him. Really planted him. LA Knight going back to the corner, looking to go up. Looking around. LA Knight. Yeah, goes up. Boom! Big elbow. 1, 2. Oh, Big Jim makes the save. Big Jim makes the save. Lovely elbow, though. Love that. Love that. Mackenzie said, I was trying to say in my super chat earlier that WWE should stop putting the women in pointless tag matches. Riley said, the thumbnails got Royal Rumble kickoff on. Oh, it must be a glitch, but It's showing for me as SmackDown. YouTube doing YouTube things. Duck underneath there by Drew. Neckbreaker. Jimmy down. Drew kipping up. Boom, and he does. Kip up there by Drew. LA Knight flops out the ring. Drew turns his attention to Jimmy. Claymore is locked and loaded. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Claymore. Oh, denied. Super kick by Big Jim. Clothesline. Drew to the outside. LA Knight. Big shots coming in. Over the other side. Big Jim. Kick there to LA Knight. Spin rounds. Nice. LA Knight back in the corner. Boom! Big kick. LA Knight goes down. And splash. 1, 2. Oh, Drew pulls the ref out the ring. Wow, that did feel like that was going to be the 3 count. Drew grabs the ref, pulls the ref out the ring. This match continuing. Jimmy with a super kick. Is Big Jim going to miss this? Big Jim's going up, you know. Is he going to go in the ring or out the ring? In the ring. Oh, roll up by LA Knight. Referee 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Yeah, this match is getting really good now. Claymore to the back of the head. Oh my God, but I think he BFT'd Big Jim at the same time, and it's Drew that is victorious. So there we go. Big D with a big dub. Big D, Big D, Big D, Big D. Drew McIntyre has booked his ticket. If you watch closely, you can see that everything McIntyre and Knight do, there is visible disdain for each other, said Dre. Yeah, I wonder if they did get over that. Obviously, he was quite heated at LA Knight. Certainly telling Drew about crying was pretty fun. I can't imagine Drew appreciated that line. So it's Drew that gets the last laugh, though. He is the one victorious here. He is the one that is going into the Elimination Chamber with CM Punk and John Cena. John Cena. Okay, backstage with Damian Priest. Drew's having a great day. If he wasn't, he'd be complaining on the internet by now. Braun! Bum, 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 bum. Next week. Oh, yeah. Well, what's next week? We've got a few words being exchanged here with Braun and Damien. So next week, another triple threat. They're just showing what went down at the end of Raw with Kevin and Sammy. You got flipping murked. That's what happens. You're really going to make me watch it again? God, it's so hard being a Sammy stan. Fraxium, for me personally, I don't need them. I don't think they go together. A masked man with a man with long hair and their mic skills are horrible, said Opolis Travels. Alex said, I'm so hyped for 2K25. Cleveland said that should stop Sammy interfering in other people's business. Well, he's upset with him that he didn't interfere more. That's the whole reason he's upset. You came down to ringside and what did you do? You just stood there. If he'd just like got ready for the Rumble completely instead, you're right, he probably would have been. He wouldn't have got murked. But he's actually getting in trouble for not being. He's actually getting in trouble for not hating, not doing more. Dun, 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 dun. How do you compete in a chamber with someone you can't see? You just do your best. You just do your best. It's Jacob, Braun, Priest next week, said Brony. Priest is going to win that, said James. He's going to eliminate Drew in the chamber, which will set up their match at Mania. Priest will win, and he'll eliminate Drew, and then that's how we get to their match. Got you. We need a 2K25 trailer reaction. I don't care. That would be my reaction. Give a flip. I found myself rooting for Jimmy to win, and I did not expect that, said Snoop Coop. Was that Nikki behind Braun? I don't think so. There was a lady, but I didn't get the impression it was Nikki. Bum, bum, bum. We are at commercial break. Bum, bum, bum. Cody, trying to get cheered in Toronto, will change his eagle tattoo to a Canada goose, says Davids. God, I mean, yeah. I'm not going to lie, Priest needs to get better on the mic if we're going to do a Priest versus Drew match at Mania. Can we push for Sammy to win the 2026 Rumble? He deserves a main event after his work, since his work with Knoxville. It was a backstage worker, said James. This Braun run since he returned has not been great, said Prince Bowie. Vitherial said, when do we think Jade will make her return? I just saw that she's doing ads, so I thought I would ask. Apparently she has been injured, and apparently she's at the PC, and apparently she is working towards a return. So, yeah, not expecting it to be that long, to be honest. I certainly think, well, reports are that it's going to be this side of WrestleMania. So, yeah. We'll have no more Fraxium hate in this establishment, said Zoom Station. Lisa said, what if the Wyatts are mad at Alexa for turning on Bray? Well, that wouldn't make much sense, because that was a long time ago. And actually, the last time that we saw Alexa, Uncle Howdy was seemingly not angry at her. He wasn't, like, costing her matches and, like, causing problems. He was seemingly trying to recruit her. I do find that happens quite a lot, actually. That people seem very fixated on what happened at WrestleMania 37. When we are, like, there's a lot of stuff that's happened since then. I would say if we look at where the story was last time we saw Alexa, she was acting normal, but Howdy was kind of showing up and sort of like seemingly trying to entice her to join us. So for this group now to have like a hatred against Alexa, that would definitely need explaining. There's been a lot of stuff that's happened since, as we said, WrestleMania 37. Mackenzie said Sammy has too many people telling him different stuff. So I just feel so sorry for him. I'd like to think this is the low point before the high point arrives, but probably not. It's probably the low point before the even lower point arrives. We'll probably look back on this as Sammy fans and go, God, this was a good time, wasn't it? At least he was on TV back then. Sammy being stretchered away. I'm with you, Sammy. I love you, Sammy. Yeah, now they're going to show that footage that Kevin had in the car. You see these scars. Wondered how long until Drew and KO start working together, said Phoenix. Justin said, why does a pile driver on a WWE injure everyone? They do it all the time on AEW. Perhaps we just do it better. Perhaps when we do it, it's horrific. You stood there. Is his shirt Razor Ramon? We saw it. It's like, you know how like they were just saying about how Drew cries. I feel like that's what Kevin's doing right now. You did nothing for me. You're a horrible friend. I want my wrestling DVDs back. Keep crying, Boomer. Sammy's going to mess him up. Sammy's going to mess him up. Right. You broke my VHS tape, said McDiesel. I feel sorry for KO, said Walter. Same here. Extreme nerve damage is what Sammy's dealing with. And I would imagine a broken heart as well. Right, here we go then. Dream match. This is why we've tuned in. Carmelo against Akira Tozawa. Yeah! Let's go. Let's flipping go. Everyone's been asking all night for it. We're finally there. Dun 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 dun. Hey, we did get a great match though, just officially. Great 54. Speed. It's a real Royal Rumble moment in it. Look at this. Flipping boom. He even sort of bounces on his chin. More than 300 million views in less than 24 hours. The most viewed Royal Rumble social media post of all time. Even beaten when Ric Flair won in 1992. Crazy. Another pointless match, but at least there's a reason behind this one, said James. Lance said Tozawa needs to be released. Rivy said Sammy is not a loser. I can agree with that. I can certainly agree with that. Bum, 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 dum, bum, 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 bum. All right, he's going to cut a little promo. When I shoot, I don't miss. The big difference between me and Jar is if there's an all-star team, I would be selected. I'm guessing that's not on TV. Is it? Is this just a bit of like pre-match heat that he's trying to get? Tozawa hurling Carmelo into the barricades. And we are underway. Bell has sounded. Bell has sounded. Tozawa and Carmelo Hayes battling away. Tozawa going over the top, comes down on Carmelo. It's going to have some energy to it, this. It'll have a bit of bounce to it. And into the barricades. Right. Days when Carmelo is wrestling, it's the best time to take a bathroom break. Nothing exciting will ever happen with him, said Christopher. When will Sammy just do Sammy? He cannot be all things to all people. Try teaching him. Try telling him that. He's a good soul. And it is his undoing. So, yeah, we are underway. Oof, needs the midsection with Carmelo and Akira. Next year, it's going to be Daze getting speared in the Royal Rumble. Austin said me casually jumping in Brony and LAS Dub's conversation without tagging them. Daze, have you got a timer in the top right during commercial? Yes. That's true, but I never notice. It's so small, I never notice it. So I suppose I could start trying to get into the habit of seeing if that is there, actually. That is a good point. But I never notice it. I never see it. It's so small. I never ever see it there. Speed's moment is the best with the celebrity since Snoop Dogg at Mania. Oh, yeah. Snoop Dogg moment. Honestly. Sometimes I just lie in bed and think about that moment. He really needs to change his tagline. He's been missing, like, a lot, said William. Mello does miss. Tozawa looks very serious. I hope he wins, said Sis. Wrestling with Andy, how did you do with your cards? You got a Hollywood Hogan one. Did you get anything else? Anything else of interest? Any rookie cards? Any nice cards? Base cards? Good? I don't know what's in it. I know there's more than just autographs, though. But, yeah, Wrestling Andy got himself a box. I don't know if it's a hobby box, a breaker box. I don't know. Of the new Chrome cards. Got himself a Hulk Hogan autograph. Jobber versus, which is good. I mean, honestly, even though he is regarded as like being a racist because he did actually make racist comments, his autograph still sells for quite a bit on eBay. But when Melo was in NXT, he didn't miss. Yeah, perhaps he needs to start saying that now. Melo don't miss. When he's in NXT. Main roster, it's a bit hit and miss, but honestly, in NXT, he does pretty well. I do all right in NXT. How is everyone tonight? Said Dax. We're doing good. Just coming back from commercial break. I've still got half the box to open. I could do it on a member stream. I've still got an autograph to go, said Wrestle with Andy. Yeah, do it. Do you want to come over, video over? Or send a video in or something? Why don't you do it on, like, as a short on your channel? Or I suppose it's not really in line with the kind of stuff you do, is it? But people love box breaks. Hogan's autograph still has a lot of value. Just because it's Hulk Hogan, forget the rest. I don't like him, but it is what it is, said Big Half. Yeah, no, it's true. It does still have a lot of value. Sells well. Still get a good price for it. Hogan will forever be a monster, massive name. There's plenty of casual fans. I mean, listen, when he got booed, there was a lot of people looking for videos why. There was a lot of confusion around why. It wasn't that everyone went, yeah, it makes sense. There was a lot of confusion. Why was it? The wrestling fans are booing out. Why? That was the reaction from the casual fans. I mean, if you're not really in this world, you probably won't know the comings and goings of Hulk Hogan. As a result, he is a massive name. And his autograph still sells very well and for a lot of money. Lovely takedown there by Carmelo, going for the cover on Tozawa. Wrestle Rants said Melo cannot cut a promo like that with the streaks he's on and how the first few months have played out. Melo he seems to be struggling against Tozawa as well. Even if he gets the win, should he struggle this much? Kick coming in there by Tozawa. Melo goes down. He's ripping his shirt. Shirt gets thrown as Tozawa goes to the outsides. He's climbing up. Kick coming in there by Carmelo. Tozawa perched on the top. Carmelo looking for a big superplex. We have got an hour and 12 minutes to go. I opened my Tops pack. I got an autograph, Byron Saxton. I put it on eBay and someone paid $20 for it, said Davids. Hey, listen. It all counts. Shoulder up. I don't even know if I've got a Byron Saxton, you know. I hate how they book Melo, said the Six Horror Kingman. Feel the power from Tozawa, said Alex. Oh, feel the power. Back elbow there by Carmelo. Round the back of Tozawa. Rolls him up. 2. Kick out by Tozawa. Roll up by Tozawa. 1, 2. Kick out by Carmelo. Back on his feet. Oh, love that. Lovely clothesline to the back of the heads. Springboards. Oh, lovely. Into a deep. That was sick. That was really good. Springboarding off the rope into a DDT. That's lovely. And bang. Off the top. Leg drop. Back of the heads. Yeah. That's right. You just beat Tozawa. Yeah. I am him. Yeah. Woo! Yeah! I told you! Yeah! I love it. Look, if you start running around the ring like, yeah! Come on! Oh, yeah, you've buried him, mate. Yeah, that's it. We are up and running. He is him. Yeah. He is him. Next week he's going to beat an 8-year-old girl in the that was in the front row. She just gave him a dirty look. Coming for you. Right, we're just looking at that flipping stomp. That flipping stomp. I mean, that victory for Carmelo, it's about as good as winning the Rumble. Daze, it's gold. It's numbered. It's a redemption, so I've got to wait for it. Well, that makes it even better. Numbered, limited, not just an autograph. It's a good pull. There's Seth walking away. There's Roman trying to hold his head together after what was a flipping horrific stomp. I did see a tweet from someone saying, could you imagine if he got stomped so badly, Roman now thought he was back in the Shields? And he would come out like through the crowd, da-da, da-da, like, and all of that. I was like, oh, that could be fun. A bit like Tony when she, forgot who she was. We've yet to receive a reply in regards to Roman Reigns and what's happening. Charlotte Flair coming up next. Woo! Woo! Everyone's queen. Charlotte Flair. Woo! Do we know if SmackDown will go to Netflix this year? In the States, it won't. No, they've only just signed a deal with USA Network. So, I mean, it won't be for years and years and years. Is SmackDown now always 3 hours? It is till May, June time. Should be voted all-time greatest match of 2025. Him versus good luck in your future endeavors. Said Yami. Yeah, very good. Very good. Does Roman return with amnesia thinking he's Bray Wyatt? I don't know that he'll go. I don't think we'll get that. He could come back thinking that he was it Leaky or whatever when he was in NXT. Do you remember when he had that name? He could come back thinking that he was his FCW character. They need to have Trick called up and take over Alpha Academy. Keep his NXT beef with Mello, said Grimy Kids. Listen, I'm down for Trick. But imagine this now. Let's go. Are you doing the Super Bowl, said Mr. Dow Jr.? No. I would like to have done it, but honestly, we've got UFC, and that took me ages to do research for, because UFC, unfortunately, has got a lot of people making their debut, so that always makes it harder, because you can't really go back and watch old UFC shows. You have to dig a bit deeper. So it just took ages to do my research. So I was a bit late setting all that stream up and getting everything sorted for that tomorrow. So we'll be doing UFC tomorrow, 2 title matches, championships on the line. It does actually look like a really fun card with 2 championships being defended. But it just meant I had no time to, get stuck into doing anything for Sunday. It's too hard as well. Like, you're not allowed to use the official logo. You're not allowed to say Super Bowl. You have to say things like the big game. You can't use the team logos. I don't know anything about football. I don't know anything about flipping anything. I mean, if I was to do that stream, I'd have to do some level of research. I wouldn't want. I've done Super Bowl streams before, and I always try to be very respectful. Like, I wouldn't want to go in just like, what's this, what's that. I like to at least have some sort of base knowledge. So, no. If it was a case the UFC had been easier to research, or it was a case that it was maybe a wrestling show on Saturday. I mean, God, whenever it's wrestling on a weekend, it's a flipping dream. I ain't got to do no research. No, I know it. But like with UFC, you only tend to see the fighters a couple of times a year, so you have to kind of go back and remind yourself as to where they are, what they're doing, strengths, weaknesses, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, no, is the answer, unfortunately. But I will be watching it, and I will... Well, I'll watch the halftime show. I'm not sure I'll watch the game. I'll watch the halftime show. I'll watch Kendrick. Well, I suppose I was going to say it's a shame that they don't put up like a watch along on the Vault, but Vault's probably thinking like, no one's going to watch it without it being the Super Bowl. But we could have done a watch along if the Vault had put one up. Right, WWE Evolve, little promotion for that. This is the 16th Smackdown to come from Memphis. There's been 3 PLEs, and it is the home to Jerry the King Lawler and Jimmy Hart. Hey. Ah, Jerry the King. The King. Oh, he's there! Goats. Goats. Jerry, 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 Jerry. Yeah, man. Okay, we got Tazara and R-Truth. This could be pretty fun. You never give up. Oh, hello. He just goes down on the floor. Jay. Yeah, that is Jay. Congrats. Now you're king of the ring. That too. Oh, that's good. That too. He yeeted on himself. That's actually a pretty good little bit there by R-Truth. He yeeted on himself. I gotta go. I'd like to go face to face with you, but I got some beef with Gunther. He's undecided. Why doesn't he just read what the dirt sheets are saying and then he'll know? Da, da, ba, ba. Bow down to the Queen. Here we go. This is going to go well. This is going to go well. Pottadil said, shout out to Lance Storm's rolling single crab. Shout out. Here she is. That's a very weird outfit that she's sporting. It's like she wore a little dress and top and then got attacked with like that spray on sort of stuff. Bow down to the Queen. Are we going to try and be a face again? Daze, I got 7 Funkos on the way. 3 of them are WWE, Shotzi, Zelina, and Sami Zayn. Oh my God. Is he just lying on the floor, murked? Is he like that? Is the Zelina one the Puerto Rican? I bet that's good. Here is Charlotte getting in the ring. I've no interest in watching this halftime show. Only a few have been good. Prince was the best, said BB Ipsy. Tiffy, it's queen time. Silly string, yeah? Shh. That's what she's been attacked with? Someone's attacked her with silly string? Da-da-da-da-da. There's a few woos. All WWE sources claim that Paul Ellering has been released. Paul Ellering has been released. Word just coming through. Hi, Memphis. Hello, Queen. Oh. What's it going to be? Do you love me? Yeah! Oh, do you hate me? Boo. It's a bit split. What? Booze. When you boo, I hear money. Okay. You can't make up your minds. Heel promo. Heel promo. I'm wrestling's obsession. You're obsessed with everything Charlotte Flair. I really am not obsessed with her clothes. I'm not obsessed with this ring gear. Did you think that I would be gone 14 months? Not come back and win the Rumble? There was no way I was going to go over the top rope. She points up at the WrestleMania sign. Charlotte's fit is hideous. Yeah, it's really. Is that what top girls wear? Is that what top girls wear? She's meant to be the top girl. Is that fashion? Tiffy time! Here's Tiffy time! Can we just have a little bit of praise for Tiffany's music? I actually think that low-key is pretty good. And I don't know if it's Def Rebel. Bum, bum, bum. It's got a bit of summer to it. It's got a bit of meat to it. Bum, bum, bum. I keep thinking this girl is going to jump over the barricade. She seems quite tall and imposing. You know that one in the crowds? I've been seeing her all night. She's like standing there. She's got her arms on the barricade in the corner. I'm just waiting for her to jump over the barricade, start marking someone. I reckon she could take Tiffy time. I reckon that girl could take Tiffy time. I'm a stan of that girl in the corner now. Tiffy has made her way down then. We got Charlotte, we got Tiffy. Who's Tidfy? Don't know. Big fan though. Right, this is what we're expecting for Mania. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. There's some pretty serious boots she's wearing. I just want to say, welcome back, babyface. No one's a bigger Charlotte Flair fan than me. Okay. I didn't think WWE would survive without you. What are you on about? Ticket sales were up. Buildings were selling out. And WWE is hotter than it's ever been. And guess who's at the top of that? Me. Okay. Good. It's all right. Did you say something? You speak when I say you can speak. You... Ever since I debuted, I've been compared to you. Pick me. I'm going to beat you. Pick me? Because then I won't be the next Charlotte Flair. I'll be the one and only Tiffany Stratton. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Yeah, this makes sense. When I was in the ring with Rhea, I saw a kid. I'm in the ring with you, I see a child. Beg me. If you want me to choose you, beg me. We didn't. Nia's coming out. Beg me. That was low-key actually interesting. Okay, so Nia making her way down. Candice coming out. This is probably going to transition to Candice and Alexa. I spoke to Nick Aldis. What, Nia, Tiffy next week? Oh, you're so sweet. Candice parts the rope so Nia can get in. Nia's like, oh, you're so sweet. Yeah. Charlotte. You're going to have to go through me if you want to be champion, said Nia. Charlotte's going to watch next week. Perv. Here's Alexa. Okay, let's have a look. Alexa is going to come out, and she's coming out with the Lily doll. She's wearing the same jacket. Fiend forever, friends forever. Smile on her face as she makes her way down to the ring. There's no microphone in her hands. That flipping doll is huge, isn't it? I don't think the ones you get on the flipping shop arrive that size. But, Lily... She put Lily in the corner, like that. Stay there, and immediately Lily went... I'd have gone back. What have I just said to you? Don't you embarrass me. I've been away for 2 years. I said sit there. Stupid Lily, we spoke about this in the back. Very first thing that Lily has to do, sit there. Well, there we go. It's Alexa making her way down, and it is going to be Alexa against Candice. There was quite a bit, I mean, I enjoyed that back and forth between Charlotte and Tiffy. Candice versus Alexa Bliss coming up next. Lily's a rebel, said V85. The women in the front row could work with Chelsea, says Mackenzie. But the one on the corner, that one. I don't know why. It seems like there's no one else around her. That woman in the corner seems to be like, where's all the rest of the crowd? She's just standing there and there's no one else around. I don't know why she's standing out so much tonight, but she really is. She's getting more screen time than flipping the Wyatt Six. So, we're at commercial break. Lily's been drinking, said. Lily is a boomer. We didn't get to see that. Oh, what? The bit where she flopped down? Oh, that's pretty fun. AOP release now. Really? Yeah, 3 minutes ago, WWE have released the Authors of Pain. Whoa. So that's Authors of Pain, Paul Ellering, Cedric Alexander. I mean, what the flip? AOP released again. So, Cedric Alexander, AOP, and Paul Ellering. I mean, I'd do a video, but 11 minutes ago, Paul Ellering's release was announced. 4 minutes ago, AOP were announced. Who knows? There might not be something else that's coming. There could be something else on the way. So, yeah, breaking news coming through. We are getting releases. To be honest, it could be towards the end of contracts. Don't know. Or maybe we are just, cutting back. I mean, the thing is, you can't just keep adding and adding and adding to the main roster. You can't just keep adding and adding and adding, like calling people up from NXT. Like, you are going to have to part ways with people. But it's just, I hate it when it's budget cuts and it's all that nonsense. Yeah, that is shocking. AOP. Paul Ellering, I could sort of understand. Paul Ellering, I could sort of, like, I think we even spoke about that the other day. Like, what is there for him to do? He doesn't really bring a great deal. But to actually cut AOP, I was not expecting that. But the thing is, I don't know if there's not going to be anyone else. So we're going to have to keep an eye on the situation. Alexa looks out at the fans. Smile on her face. So she goes over by the ropes, jumps onto the rope, kind of launches off. Camera wasn't brilliant for that little moment there. She's in there with Candice. Candice is someone that can give you a good match. Knee to the midsection there by Candice. Candice has got a lot of experience. Oh, I thought she was about to go into her sister Abigail there, which would have been quite noteworthy. Okay, Candice. That's exactly what we were looking for. There we go. There was a Sister Abigail that was just, she was in position for it, but she didn't hit it. Crowd reacting to it, though. So it did show itself. Alexa going over by the ropes. Crowd's a little bit quiet for this, Crowd a bit quiet. Going over. Alexa snaps back. This crowd is awful. This crowd is really bad. Candice with a knee to the back there of Alexa. She's pulling back on Alexa's neck. Candice back in control. This crowd sucks, said Mitchell. But to be honest, you've brought Alexa out. She's not spoke to the crowds. We've not seen her for 2 years. She had a massive reaction when she returns. Could you have brought her back out in a more underwhelming moment? I mean, it's not even that, like, Candice was out there talking trash about Alexa, and then Alexa comes out and, like, responded or into it, and do you know what I mean? Like, they were talking about something different, about Tiffy and Nia and all of that, and then Alexa interrupts, and then we just go straight into the match. Could this have been any more underwhelming? Kicks coming in there by Candice. Candice looking to go over. Alexa has got Candice going face first. I wonder if we'll get an Alexa backstage promo or something at some point tonight. Or if they'll catch up with her on, like, Smackdown Lowdown. Shot coming in there by Candice. Right now, we've got Candice looking for a superplex. No joy at the moment. Oh, shot there by Bliss. She's perched, but Candice rolls outside the ring. Edge of the ring. Alexa spills to the outsides. Boos for Candice. Alexa is on the outside. Are we going to commercial break? Do we go back to the action? What are we going to get? Are we going to stick with the match? We are. Well, that's good. We're sticking with the match. I don't think we're going to be getting much, but at least we get to stay with the action. Forearm straight to the back there by Candice. And again, she goes up, sent onto the back of Alexa. What this presentation has done in my mind is it has made it seem like this is not significant. You know, we spoke about how when Jay comes out, the whole crowd are going crazy. And they really make it seem like a big deal. Here is Jay. Could you have had the only way you could have made Alexa's entrance more underwhelming is if she just didn't have one and she was just in the ring already. We come back from commercial break, she's just already in the ring. Why would you bring Alexa back, her get that reaction she gets at the Rumble, and then make it such a low-key... I just don't get it. I don't understand. I thought I might watch the show and I might understand, but the more I'm watching, the more I'm confused. Not of Alexa's character, but of her presentation and why they're doing this to her. Why are they doing this to her? Kick coming in there by Candice. I'll be surprised if Alexa does promo addressing all those questions. I just don't think they're going to address any of it, said Dr. Luchalala. Oh, she goes over. Oh, Candice has got Lily. Candice has got Lily. She's got Lily in her hands and she's like, what is this? Is she going to do a backbreaker on Lily? Oh, she stomps on Lily. She stomps on Lily. Alexa's looking over. Ref? What? What's she asking the ref for? Is she asking for a DQ? Look at that. Lily is booted out the ring, but that's fired Alexa up. Alexa now coming back. Forearm strikes. Alexa in the corner. Oh, down goes Alexa. Hard though. 1, 2. Shoulder up just by Alexa. So, yeah, a bit of disrespect being shown there by Candice to Lily. And obviously we're still digging into this. Like, everything like this is interesting because we don't know how these things are going to make Alexa respond. She did fire up there, but I mean, there was nothing unusual that was presented, you know? Right now, we've got Candice getting up to her feet. She's working at hurling Alexa down to shoulder up. Shots raining down from Candice. Crowd a bit quiet, you know. It's a bit quiet. Right, is that us coming back from commercial break? So I'm guessing you lot didn't quite see that. Or some people didn't see that. We haven't seen Alexa firing up. She only fired up, like, she just gave a bit of a look like, don't you do that to my friends. And then she just went for Candice. So that moment there where actually Lily was murked. Boom, nice, good work. Boom, double knees. 1, 2, kick out. What version of Alexa Bliss are we receiving? She's not someone that you can easily find and ask questions of. Well, I don't know. You flip him, you was able to put her in an Elimination Chamber qualifier. I don't think it'd be that odd. Candice shoving Alexa. Alexa screams. Shoulder tackle there. Down goes Candice. And again. I mean, we asked. This is more of a fire up than what we saw earlier in the match. Kick round the back. Shot coming in and another shot. Candice goes back against the ropes. Drop kick. Down goes Candice. Alexa looking out at the fans. Crowd waking up a little bit more now. Alexa charges over. Double knees to the back. And down she goes. Oof. 1, 2. Kick out there by Candice. This crowd is a buzzkill, said K-Dub. Candice goes to the outside of the ring. Alexa comes through the ropes. They've got net breaker there by Candice. Looks like we're really digging into just the wrestling here. Goes up, drop kick. Missile, drop kick. 1, 2. Oh, just. Oh, there was a flicker. There was a slight flicker there. That definitely feels like the Wyatts making their presence felt. So a flicker showed on screen. Right now, inside cradle. 1, 2, reverse. 1, reversed again. They're rolling. Oh, yeah, she does like this spot. She does like that spot. We've seen her do that. That's kind of a go-to for her. Kick coming in there by Candice. Candice against the ropes. Here we go. Sister Abigail. Sister Abigail. Is she going to hit it? And boom. 1, 2, 3. So Alexa gets the win, qualifies for the chamber. She wins with Sister Abigail. And there were some flickers earlier in the match, which, to be honest, don't feel like a production issue. They do feel like the Wyatts making their presence felt. But Alexa is going to be in the chamber. Alexa qualifies. And I just wondered if we might see any more little flickers or something. Little glitch at the bottom, but it's been doing that all night. But Alexa getting the win. But honestly, nothing out of the ordinary apart from those slight flickers during the match. And that's that. That is that. We're backstage. Wyatt 6 just tweeted. Okay. Let's have a look at that in a second. I do love the secret Hervis. Here's Meechin and BFAB. You might make it into the chamber, but you also might not be champion. Ah, Zelina. I told you to get a better security detail. And Piper's like, yeah, but everyone hates you. She is what the Wyatts have tweeted. Which makes me think of the journal entry. Authors' Pain have been released, yes. Authors of Pain have been released. Have we had any more update on the releases? If you slow the flicker down, it's got an image, but I just can't make it out. Well, that is something which definitely needs to be explored. And I've no doubt it will be. She is her Federation Minds. We're getting a Cody heel turn before year's end, said Shat Diesel. I would prefer to keep Alexa away from the Jobber 6, said Zoom Station. Time to go back down the rabbit hole, said K-Dub. Wow, I don't know if it's going to quite get to those levels, but yeah. Look like Howdy, but maybe a twisted version. All right. Well, no surprise what would do very well on social media right now if anyone was looking to get some views. Digging into whatever that glitch is will do it. People hate you, said Piper. Yeah, that was fun. I told you to improve our security detail. Yes, but people hate you. I agree. Ah, very good. There we go. Magic Dak. There's one thing that was seen. I don't know. So there we go. That was one thing that's shown itself and popped up. We are at commercial break at the moment. I'm not sure if there was any other imagery that was hiding in there. My TV froze on the image, and it looks like 8mm film. Your TV froze right on the image. Alexa will go back to being Playhouse and find the Wyatt 6. The eyes glitch is her face paint from Mania 37. That's a really good shout. I can see that. That's a really good shout. Will we ever see the Wyatt 6 again? I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. It should have just been a Sister Abigail. I don't know about Ludwig DVD as her finish. DDT as her finisher, said Straight Adventure. There was 2 images, says Christian. Okay. Have you got the other one doing the rounds? Kapata has got that image. And then, is that an image or is that just like interruption? That's the one that's doing the rounds. That's the she that the White Six are referring to. If there's another image, this is the eyes are the ones that's doing the rounds. I don't know about that. I can't quite make anything out here. But she, which is that whole when she speaks, mountains tremble, all that stuff. What was that? Michael Cole versus Uncle Howdy sign. Okay, we're hearing from the Street Profits. Street Profits. Sonya Deville released. Oh my God. Sonya Deville. Oh my God, really? Really? That's not come through to me yet. Yeah, 2 minutes. Wow. Wow. Sonya Deville has been released. Wow. That is a surprise. That is a big surprise. AOP that we've just never really got going with. Paul Ellering, Cedric Alexander, you know, okay, but he was down in NXT. Wow. She's been through a lot as well. With AOP being released, is it possible higher-ups knew ahead of time, which is why they forced the end of the feuds and moved the Wyatts? It doesn't. I don't think that's. I mean, maybe that's. Well, to be honest with you, there was meant to be one more match, a big final showdown. There's not really a reason why we didn't do that other than Howdy's injury. If Howdy didn't get injured, I think we would have done it. So, and I think that would have ended the feud anyway. So I think the injury derailed the end of that feud. So I don't really think the Wyatts being moved has anything to do with them being released, no. Because that feud, I think, would have concluded with that final showdown. We've got Motor City Machine Guns being approached by Angel and Berto. Wow. I'm stunned. I am genuinely stunned by the Sonya Deville news. Next week, be prepared, says... Santos Escobar. Doing it during the show. During the show. Smackdown is a slow build show. Suddenly becomes fun, said Nathan. I'm here for Street Profits, as heel, said Alex. Washington, D.C. next. Leo Rush has ended his retirement, said Def Con. How can we be shocked with these releases? They're talent that are barely used. Yeah, but I would say that Sonya was being used in PFC. I mean, you can say that they're not the, greatest group or whatever, but she's not someone that's just sat in catering. You got Zoe, you got Shayna, you got Sonya. I mean, AOP is not a massive shocker. Paul Ellering is not a massive shocker. Cedric Alexander, little bit of a surprise. Not a massive shock, but Sonya's, I would say, the biggest name that's been released so far. And as we said, she's in PFC. She's been getting used on TV as part of that group. It really is making me think about who's next. That's what I'm thinking. I'm really thinking who's next. I'm really thinking this might not be the end of it. I didn't want to do a video earlier because of the fact that I didn't know if that was it, and I'm still sat here thinking, is it done? I don't know that it is. Right, promo for this match that's coming up. Releasing during the show feels a bit dirty, said Grimy Kids. Apollo and Carrion next, said Cardinal. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, Jey Uso's coming out. Freddie said, praying that Sammy is fine and not going to get released. The only way being a Sammy fan gets worse. Honestly. He's on such a bad run. Okay, Jey has made his way down. We got 20 odd minutes to go. Imagine doing this during the show. I can't concentrate on the show. There's people being released. Okay, so PWN said, as of right now, Cedric Alexander, Paul Ellering, Razor, Akam, Sonya Deville. I mean, they're saying as of right now. I wonder if they'll stop doing releases when the show ends. Perhaps they're just trying to get them all done whilst the show's on. Perhaps we've got to just get through the next 20 minutes. I've got so much going on in my head. I'm thinking about, is it the end of their contracts? But if it is the end of their contracts, even if it was coming towards the end of your contract and you're like Sonya and you're being used on TV, you've got to be feeling good about a new contract. Or you've got to think a new contract's possible. Because you're on TV, I'm in a group, I'm in PFC. They were just showing in the background on Raw. Watching, was it EO that was walking by, and all three were sat there just watching her, sort of teasing something in the future, maybe PFC Damage Control, I don't know. That makes me wonder, is it not that it's at the end of the contracts? If they're just releasing them whilst they're still under contract, I flipping hate that. I flipping hate that. This is the side of business that I hate. I don't understand why they're doing it during the show. They had all day to do these. I suppose it's so that it can go under the radar. It won't go under the radar, but, you know, people will be talking about Alexa. They'll be talking about flipping what Kevin said. They'll be talking about whatever's going to go down now. You know, they'll be talking about all of that stuff rather than just solely focused on these releases. I mean, it's just a way of burying bad news. It's just a way of getting bad news out there and just burying it. Right, we're just seeing Jey Uso in the ring, obviously just yeeting away. I like Sonya. She needs to reinvent her character. She needs to make herself more marketable. Indy Hartwell is one of my favorites, but I did feel the same about her as well, said Little Knapsack. The only thing I'd say about that is I do agree that, like, you know, she was pretty cold, but I thought she did some decent work when she was like the GM and she was put in that position. Don't forget, like, when she came back after, you know, what had gone down with that whole break-in, they sort of had her doing like a GM sort of role. It was her and Adam Pearce. And I thought she did pretty well there. Sometimes it's hard to know what's the wrestler's fault and what's WWE's fault. Sometimes it's hard to know, like, how much do you put on the wrestler and how much do you put on creative? Like, you know, PFC is a rubbish name and it's not a very exciting group. You know, none of those three are dripping in charisma. No offense, but none of them are. Like, it just didn't work. I sort of feel like you put three girls together you didn't really know what to do with, hoping something would happen, and it didn't. They just didn't have good creative for her. But then equally, how much of that is on her, you know? It's hard, man. It's really hard. You can get to I mean, they released Bray. You know, I mean, I can sit here and say, like, oh, sometimes it's to do with your charisma. Sometimes it's to do with, you know, making lemonade out of being given lemons and all that sort of stuff. But then, you know, equally, they let Bray go. I think because he just, you know, him and Vince, their relationship just broke down. But there's just so much you've got to get right. There's so many boxes you've got to tick. You've got to have the right look. You've got to be charismatic. You've got to be great in matches, great on promos. You've got to get on with the booker. You've got to do what you're asked and not cause any bother. You've got to make sure you keep your nose clean outside of wrestling as well. Like, there's just so much you got to do. There's so many ways you can lose your job. Here's Cody making his way out. Will said, can we get that poll for the Alexa match? Yes. I was thrown by that release. Let's do that. Let's get the poll up for what do you think about the Alexa match? About to blow to start the show. Whoa. Right. Lexis King responded to Cedric's post. He said, I'm blessed to have worked with you, brother. There's actually a live show going on in NXT Lakeland right now. Cora's teaming up with Roxanne, and she's not happy about it. Look at this picture. Come on. Let's be friends. Not having it. Not flipping having it. Whoa! PFC dead in the water. Aren't they just? Blair Davenport! Blair Davenport! Oh my God! Make it stop! Oh my God! I know what people are going to say. Oh, she wasn't on TV. How can you be surprised? All that sort of stuff. The counter to that is she got called up, and what did we do with her? We ain't done nothing. We ain't done nothing. They called her up from NXT. She did a few little backstage things with, like, I don't know, was it Bianca, Bailey? I can't even remember. Did some but what have we done with her? We ain't done nothing. We ain't done nothing with Blair Davenport. Oh, God, if they release Kiana James after she just had her boobs done, could you imagine? This is like, I feel like I'm allowed to use the shock face emoji because I'm legit. Send your hate mail to TKO. Yeah, I'm not like a Blair Davenport stan, but like, wasn't she in NXT UK? Came through that system, went to NXT, came through that system, got called up, really wasn't used very much, and now it's like, thanks a lot. All the best in your future endeavors. It's just business, innit? It's just business. It's just we ain't got no room. We want Roxanne, and we're gonna give her your spot. Well, not specifically Roxanne, but you know, we want Roxanne. We want Julia. We want Jordan Grace. Like, you can't keep signing without this happening. Wasn't Blair supposed to be getting a big push? Well, yeah, she did out the door. That's exactly what she had. Please don't release Omos, said Aubrey. Do you know? I just don't know. I mean, this is the concern, isn't it? How can you focus on SmackDown when wrestlers are being released, and we have no idea when this is going to stop? I don't know when this is going to stop. Crispy Wrestling said, please stop calling wrestlers up if you have no plans for them. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know, back in the day when you used to get called up from NXT, it used to be like a big deal. Oh my God. You know, they're up now, like, what are they going to do with them? And honestly, now it's like they call them up and they're like, then they go, what shall we do? It's like they call them up and then they go, should we do something with them all? Or just release them. Let's just release them. Imagine their face. What's going on? How many are going to get released? They did Duke a few days ago, said Bradley. God, that's even harsher, isn't it? That seems even harsher because they released him on his own. They could have at least waited and hadn't released him in the part of this group. That way he wouldn't, because he did a video going, they released you on your own. You're not part of any big group. Like, it's because they hate you. And he was like, yeah. He did an interview with himself. And he had to, like, get his head around the fact he'd been released on his own. They could have just put him in with this group. Not that it would have made it that much better, but at least he wouldn't have been on his own. Sonya is leaving WWE later this month. She was informed tonight the company will not be renewing her current contract. Deville will be free and clear to perform anywhere. There will be no 90-day. So that's Sonya. I don't know about the others. I can't imagine they'll use her on TV. That's coming from PW Insider. Here, look, you can read it yourself. This tag match is underway, but it's a nothing tag match. And we've got a much bigger story happening away from the show. I don't get that as well. As far as professional wrestling goes, I see no value in her ring. She's well below average. Her mic skills are even worse. Like, what's the point in that comment? She's been let go. That's like going, good. Jesus Christ, I bet you're fun at parties. Jacob. Yeah, I mean, we're still keeping yeah, look at that. Oh my God. That was the moment she got called up. Tears in her eyes. Even Lyra was flipping crying for her. The picks are in. Blair Davenport is drafted to future endeavours. Look at this moment where everyone was cheering and celebrating. The whole thing was a lie. We hardly used her. Doesn't add up, does it? Why is it that a lot of stuff WWE does just does not add up? Tama collides into Jacob. And Cody trying to get over and make the tag to Jay. A lot of these people in the crowd are not going to even be aware, are they? Bubba Joe, imagine that. Imagine you get outside, you go, have you seen the news? Jeez, AOP are gone, Ellerin's gone, Blair Davenport's gone, Sonya Deville's gone, Cedric Alexander's gone. Bubba Joe said, sorry to bother, no worries. What is the Chamber winner going to get if the Royal Rumble winner didn't even make the pick? What if a SmackDown guy won, but then Jay chooses Cody? Well, the winner of the Chamber will get whoever the Rumble winner hasn't picked. I mean, really, the pressure will be on for the Rumble winner to make that selection before we, even get to the Chamber bit. We could always have the Chamber winner and the Rumble winner having a conversation, but I think because the Rumble winner... I mean, we've never explored it, but I think the Rumble winner would probably get first dibs, but we've never actually explored them two having a conversation to try and work it out who's going to go after who. Normally, the Rumble winner has made their decision before we get to the Chamber. And there's, every chance that will be the same again here. We've still got quite a way to go. I think I'm right in saying that the Chamber isn't for like 3 weeks or so. I mean, 4 weeks. It's early March, so we've got time. Okay, tag being made. Jacob in the ring. Jacob walloping Cody. Cody going down. We got just 5 minutes left to go. Current plans are for... Oh, no. So Chris Featherstone reported about how current plans were for Blair to receive a push starting in 2025. PWN are saying it's unfortunate how these plans change. That is crazy, mate. Crazy. Headbutt coming in there by Tam. I don't know if this is it. I don't know. I said during NXT that the women talent in WWE is amazing. We've still got great superstars waiting for their push. Let's be real. Sonya Blair compared to Zarya, Sol, Lola, Vice, and Jada, said Wrestle Rants. My counter to that would be that if you're not going to use them creatively, you're not going to get the best out of them. The reason why the NXT women's division's on fire is because they are great talents, but they're presented very well. You know, it's NXT is on fire at the moment. Like, the highest rated show in our community each week is NXT. Julia obviously brings something special. She's got real buzz coming over from Japan. But, like, Blair Davenport's got loads of experience. You know, she was, Bea Priestley? I mean, competed all over the world, competed in Japan as well. What opportunity did she get given? What stories was she able to tell? What, you know, in-ring promos, what did we see? Matches, what did we see? I mean, what opportunity did she get when she got called to the main roster? How did we go from November reports that Blair was going to have a major push to Blair being released? Literally in the space of a few months, and with her having not been able to do anything on TV, like she's had this. This is bonkers. It is bonkers. I got a tweet in front of me from November 11th from Dr. Chris Featherstone, where he's talking about her getting a major push. I believe that was probably true at the time. Shoulder up there by Cody. It was probably true at the time. Tama charging over. Big boot there by Cody. It's so unfortunate because if people were given opportunity and they dropped the ball and like they weren't quite up to standards, that would be one thing. But I really don't feel like a lot of these people that get released get given an opportunity. I don't feel like it. It's the way it goes, isn't it? 1, 2, shoulder up. This is the wrestling world. It's always this way. It's always been this way. It will always be this way. Sometimes you just have to go, do you know what? Life isn't fair. Kick coming in there by Jacob. Jacob going quickly against the ropes. Jay going against the ropes now. God, I just don't care. I really, honestly, don't give a flip about this. This match doesn't even matter. Cody has got Tama. He's about to hit a crossroads, and he does. 1, 2, 3. Cody wins. Cody and Jay beats Jacob and Tama. I wish they would have brought back Dijak, said Nightmare. That's another one, isn't it? That's another one that was a head scratcher. I thought he was doing great work in NXT. I thought he was doing brilliant stuff. I've been informed that some WWE talent were caught off guard regarding the latest releases. Solo's back! Solo's back! Solo nails Cody! Yeah. Solo is back. Okay. Boos are raining down as he stands over Cody. And that is the end of that match. The Alexa match is going to come in as just goods. Okay, let's get the poll up for that main event match, and then as soon as we've got a few responses, obviously, I just don't even know. I mean, I suppose it's going to have to all go in unseen. I'm sort of tempted to just do the releases as a separate thing, but I don't even know if there might be more. I hope not. Solo coming back is pretty sick. I'm not going to lie. That's a fun little end to the show, but R-Truth Alexa was the best thing tonight, said Walter. The show was pretty bad. I'm giving it 5.5, said Ellis Dub. I love you, Solo, said Ewan. It was anti-climax. Yeah, I mean, I do apologise for it being a bit down at the end, but I mean, it's very hard to focus on, like, well, a match that doesn't matter as well. I mean, and maybe if that match had something more about it, I'd be a bit more on board with it, but who gave a flip whoever won that match? You know, it's absolute nonsense. An absolute nothing tag match. And, you know, you got people being flipping released. And obviously everyone wants to know the latest information, the latest names. And I mean, that might be it. I don't know now. That might be it because the show has obviously come to an end. So it might be that they were just trying to get the releases through before the show ended so that they could have it buried, you know. But there is no guarantee that that is the case. Like, we could still find out of releases. Like, you know, they've got to call everyone. If they've not been able to get hold of someone, information of releases could still... And it depends on the list, doesn't it, as well? The last one we had was Blair Davenport. That was around about... Not that long ago. What, 10 minutes? 15 minutes. 15 minutes before that was Sonya Deville. So actually... 15 minutes, you know, and it's been 15 minutes. King Yeti, shout out to you. Uncle Revel said we got some Wyatt movement, so that's a win in my book. Yeah, King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support. The plans for Blair stem all the way back from a few months ago, were to give her more exposure. They were recently planting some seeds on SmackDown, but plans change quicker than a hiccup. They never accelerated what was discussed, says Dr. Chris Featherstone. Do I do a release video which could be immediately redundant if another person gets released? Or do I just put it all into Unseen? But then it's all just mixed in with SmackDown news and all of that. I think I'd do a separate video, but I don't know that this is finished. And I don't know that all this news is done. I just don't know. At least we got to see Alexa. That makes me happy, said Christopher. Ray, shout out to you, buds. Okay, let's end this poll. I think I'll do a separate video. Get it out the way. And then, you know, I can mop things up with Unseen, can't I, if needed? I think I'll do that. It's on my mind too much. I honestly wish them all the very best. I wish them all the very best I know it doesn't mean anything coming from me, but absolutely, this is the side of WWE I hate the most. And I get you have to do it. I get it's a business. I understand. And I get that these aren't like Cody Rhodes and all those kind of levels, right? I get that you can't keep bringing in. I get it. It's just, we talk about these people a lot. We follow their journeys. We see them getting called up. And for that now to be I suppose it's never the end of the road, but for it to look like it's the end of the road for these people, and you think about what they must be going through this evening and how their lives have just been completely turned upside down. And they're not the first and they won't be the last, but it's just very, very sad. I really don't understand the reaction, the immediate reaction being like, well, they were no good anyway. I don't understand that. That I don't get that response. For me, it's just sadness. It's just I feel sorry for them. Okay, I'm going to go. I'm going to do that video, and I will say thank you for joining us. Apologies, this is a downer. There's not much we can do about that. It's just downer news. We will be back with UFC tomorrow. Obviously, we'll be back on Monday. Fingers crossed there's no more releases. And enjoy the rest of your evenings. Thanks a lot for watching.